What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Here comes Danny Hansen,
180!
which has presented Houghton with a bona fide chance to get the break. Double 16 is taken, and Houghton's in control. 2 10s, sneaks into the corner. That first dart sat perfectly. 6 of the best from Danny Hansen.
needs the treble 19. Now he finds it for the bullseye, and he finds it.
For one leg lead in this contest. 20 for the bull. Bullseye.
Game shown the
No mistake.
Hands to take the 60 out for 3-1 lead. And he finds it. 141 required. Finds that target. Finds the treble 19. Double 12 for a 9-dart finish. Oh, what a shot there from Danny Hansen. 9 perfect darts.
Well, it was a perfect Monday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Danny Hansen gave us 9 darts to number 19 here at the Super Series. What is day 2 going to provide here in Portsmouth? Hello, good morning. Welcome along to all of the action here at the Modus Super Series. It's the Castleford Tiger, Tom Sykes, that leads the way overnight. 8 points to his name following the first day's worth of play. But 9 was the magic number for sure, as Danny Hansen nailed the perfect leg. Trina Gulliver was on the call in the commentary box as she joins us once again on this Tuesday. Now, we had big expectations of this group yesterday morning, and it delivered, didn't it?
Oh, he absolutely did. And yeah, like you say, a great 9-darter from Danny Hansen. And yeah, it was just a great day, you know, of everything. 51 180s yesterday. And yeah, it's just quality darts.
Well, let's have a look at the table following the end of the first day's worth of play, because Tom Sykes leads the way, 8 points to his name. A couple of players in behind, Richie Houghton and Graham Usher, both on 6 points. Danny Hansen and Dan Hands on 4. Rohan Browse at the bottom of the table on 2. And in terms of Tom Sykes, he was the most consistent player, particularly at the top level yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He pulled out some good shots. He had some heavy scoring as well. And he did things at the right time as well. And yeah, he got some good results yesterday.
You mentioned the power scoring, the 180 hitting in particular. And not just that, it was the amount of 2 triple vits he was getting as well. He was just constantly hitting scores that was putting opponents under pressure. Yeah,
like say, timing. It was all about timing. And yeah, he worked that well yesterday, and he's come out on top.
Well, the highlight of yesterday was most definitely the 9-darter of Danny Hansen. Your first in the commentary box, and a fantastic moment for Danny. And fair play to him. He gave it full beans, didn't he?
He did indeed. And yeah, when the first 180 went in, we kind of like held our breath a little bit. Then when the second did, and then yeah, we definitely holding our breath. And yeah, he did well to finish it all off. And yeah, brilliant play. Well,
this is the second 180, and then we get into the serious business. And he said that he was feeling a little bit shaky towards the end of this attempt.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. You know, it's a big feat, isn't it? And finds the perfect dart with the first dart, followed by the treble 19, and finds a double 12. And yeah, and he celebrates well, and so he should. You know, he's well deserved.
And the smile on the face of Tom Sykes, I think, just sums up the situation. So that's 9-darter number 19 here at the Super Series. A few players have hit multiple ones. Conor Heenahan has the record with 3. Steve West has got a couple, as well as Jared Coy. We've also seen the likes of Fallon Sherrick, Darryl Pilgrim also pick up 9-darters here. Andreas Harrison, who's going to be at the World Championship later on this year. And of course, Conan Whitehead hit one just back last Thursday. Yeah, I mean, it's a great stage, isn't it, here? And it's obviously proven to be one of the best places to hit a 9-darter. And for Danny Jansen, he's looking to do what nobody else has done before, and that's hit 2 9 darts in a week. Conor Heenahan missed double 12 for a second one. Danny, well, no pressure. This is how the odds look ahead of today's action. Tom Sykes goes off favourite. That's perhaps no surprise, but it's a very tight group still. Only a couple of points between him and the two in behind. Today could be a real moving day.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's nothing to say that Dan Hans and Ronan, although they're at the bottom of the table at the moment, it's like there's nothing to say that they can't have a good day today. And it's like you say, it's moving day. Everything can change. It is 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, our first game is a repeat of the final match of yesterday. It's Graham Usher up against Danny Jansen, and I caught up with a gambler earlier on this morning. Graham, day 2 here at the Super Series. How would you reflect upon your first day's play?
Yeah, I thought I played okay. Every game going 4-3. It could have been a little bit better, but you know, to come off with 6 points after losing the first 2 games, I'm happy with that.
I suppose a lot of yesterday was down to your powers of recovery, wasn't it? Not letting those early results dwell into your mindset. Yeah,
absolutely. You know, it's not as I played bad and lost. I had the chances to win. So, yeah, it was just keep going, really.
And one of your key attributes yesterday was your finishing. Some real big shots, the 130, some other big shots out there.
Yeah, there's a couple of good shots. The 126, I think, on the ball, got me back in it and things. So, yeah, I'm happy. You know, it's just getting both together, get the scoring and the finishing together. I'll be a lot happier.
Tight group, very, very tight group. So I can imagine today in that practice room, there's a feeling of a real moving day out there.
Yeah, it's always the feel of the first day, see how everyone's doing. But it is very tight. It's a strong group this week, I think, really strong. And
I can imagine as much as you want to win Group A, you're experienced enough to know that if it doesn't happen, there's still a few more days ahead of you to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the be-all and all of getting through. It's nice to have a couple of days off, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. We'll go on to the Thursday, Friday.
Well, wish you all the very best, Graham. Good luck.
Thanks, Al.
And so, this is a repeat of the final meeting of yesterday's play. And it was a really good performance from Graham Usher, 4-3 victory against Danny Jansen. Both players just double-checking the proximity of the board. And luckily for us, we've got a man who has presided over 4 World Championship finals to ensure everything is spick and span in Paul Hinks. It's Jansen and Usher to get us underway on this Tuesday morning. As I say, Graham won this game impressively yesterday. Went all the way to a last leg decider. Usher winning it by 4 legs to 3, averaging in excess of 92 in that one. As for Danny Jansen, yesterday was a perfect day in the respect of hitting his 9 darts in front of the cameras. But we'll be looking for a better points total than 4 up against Graham Usher, who is wondering what's on the telly. Well, it looks like we've got a bit of a comical start to Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But for Graham, if he wins this one, he'll move on to 8 points, level with the total of Tom Sykes, as Paul Hinks presides over proceedings. The man, as I say, who has refereed 4 World Championship finals in his career. Well, it started off with a hug rather than a kiss, but how will it end up? We'll find out in the company of the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver. Hi, Trina.
Hi, Henry. Yeah, well, if you remember yesterday, this last game, like you say, of the day, they fist pumped every leg that they played in. It was played with in good heart.
58.
And, yeah, good sportsmanship.
However, Graham Usher can open up a bit of a gap between himself and Danny with a victory in this particular contest. 4 points would be the gap, and it mean that Danny could actually find himself 6 adrift of Tom Sykes if he was to beat Richard Housen in the next. Or we could have another situation if you put the glass the other way round or spin the coin the other way round, where you could have 3 players tied on 8 points one of the first round of fixture. Graham wins this one and Richard Housen wins the second.
Well, Topsy needs for the first leg.
84.
Couldn't quite find it, just below. With Jansen way back on 293.
58. Graham car 20.
He'll return for the double 10. And he takes it with his first dart. Break a throw there. On a 13 dart leg.
Second leg, Graham to throw first.
Quick out the traps is Graham Usher, who yesterday had 3 ton plus finishes to his name, the highest of which the 130. One or two that he found in this particular
28.
meeting at the end of the session. Looking to limber up on the shoot. As for Danny, the
57.
story of his Super Series career so far has been A, being put into tough groups. Well, that's not changed. But the other two times he's been here,
60.
he has found himself pitted in Group C. And then the second half of the week really does kick into gear for him and then finds a way through to Saturday's final. And I actually had a message from Danny's dad, Marco, saying that he's making the trip down on
83.
Thursday night. And come what may, we'll be here on Saturday, whether Danny makes it or not.
131.
There is a possibility if Danny doesn't make Saturday, him, his dad, and apparently his dad's friend is coming as well. He's got an even
140.
bigger mullet than the pair of them put together. It could be a scene out of 1980s Neighbours in here on Saturday night.
39.
Well, that I'd like to see.
Who's going to be Jason and who's going to be Kylie?
83.
It was Jason Donovan, wasn't it?
It was.
Anyway, let's hope there's not too many broken darts in the world.
93. Graham McCall, 107.
Well, Graham already got one in the first leg.
Well, it can't be done now. So just looking to set
50.
it up.
Danny McCall, 124.
Danny here a chance at 124. Can't find the treble 18.
56. Graham McCall, 57.
Chance now for Graham to increase his lead. Tops required.
37. Danny McCall, 68.
Can't find it.
Well, how two legs can compare and contrast. Usher got out to a very quick start, 13 darter in leg one, and both players now toiling around their 7th visit of the leg.
Game shown in the
Jansen
second leg.
finds the
Danny
double
Jansen.
16, finds herself back on terms, breaks back one apiece.
Third leg, Danny to through first. Game on.
He's very much got a glass half full mentality as Danny Jansen, and it was kind of amplified when we spoke to him in the studio at the end of yesterday's play.
139.
But underneath that smile of his, I just got the sense that maybe he felt he left just a couple
140.
of points out there on Monday.
Yeah, you know, speaking to him earlier, he felt that the 9 darter drained him a little
42.
bit, and he had a 3-game break before he was back on, and he kind of like
100.
said that his arm felt dead, you know, his arm felt exhausted kind of thing, and it probably would have been better for him to only have 1 game break rather than
92.
the 3. So yeah, it's but you know, something like that, it's magical, isn't it? So it's going to exhaust you.
57.
It's one of them weird ones where when you look back on it, it's absolutely great, but at the time it could actually be the thing that on the day can derail you a little bit. We see it quite a
81.
lot where players will hit 9 darters in big TV events and actually go on to lose that particular match.
Yeah, absolutely.
85.
You know, it's,
Danny McCall, 147.
your mind tends to wander a bit, I think, and it's an art as to get over, you know, to put that behind you, sort of thing, and get on with the rest of the game.
99. Danny McCall,
Just underneath
74.
tops again for Usher. Giving Danny a chance at this 74. 20 for tops then.
54. Graham McCall,
He's under
20.
as well.
So Usher back for double 10 for a 2-1 lead and the third consecutive break
Being
in
shown
this
in
game.
the third leg. Graham Usher.
This is such a
Fourth leg,
strange
Graham to through
contest.
first.
And actually, it's
Game
also, I suppose, a mark of how, well, Chris Mason says that averages are a rough guide as to a player's performance. And actually, so far, prior to that 180 of Graham Usher, this game was kind of an example of that because Graham got out the gate with a 13 darter. Now, that's going to amplify his average to 115. But the couple of legs after, he struggled, whereas Danny's played at the same pace and nearly could have gone 2-1 up despite averaging 20 points fewer, Danny Jansen. But it's Usher who now has full control of this contest.
42. 90.
And finds the bullseye with his last start to leave himself 135. Good thinking there.
100.
Danny
Graham
way
McCall,
back
135.
in this leg. Treble 20 is the target for bullseye, but decides to
103.
lay up, which is sensible. And Danny's way back on 304.
60. Graham McCall, 32.
It's sensible, but it's boring.
Oh, he slips into the 7 there, so leaves himself 25.
Which is ironic, because if he missed the bullseye, he would have been left on 25. Oh, he's bust
No
the whole
score.
score.
Well, fortunate for him, he's got time on his hands. But
121.
pressured.
Graham McCall, 32.
Back to the start. And this
Gauge on
time,
the
no
fourth
mistake.
leg, Graham
Kadasha
McCall.
moves 2 clear with just 1 more needed to win.
Fifth leg Danny to through first. Game on.
do you know why he's nicknamed the
60.
Gambler?
I feel there's a story coming on here.
There is a story. It's not what you think.
100.
He doesn't gamble at all. Doesn't gamble at all. And it came about whereupon his father
40.
always used to say to him, if he would bet on anything. His dad was a gambler.
60.
He would bet on anything. And the way he put it, he says his dad would bet on 2 flies going up the wall, which would get there quicker.
140.
So he said, if I was a dart player, he says, my nickname would have to be the Gambler. So when he passed
41.
away, he said, I'll take on that name then.
Beautiful, touching story, that. And Graham really is one of life's real good guys. And
125.
a lot of people that have worked in this production and worked on this project, particularly the people that worked here for a number of years, have got to know Graham really well. And he
100.
really is one of
Daniel
life's nicest
136.
people. And some of the work that he does away from darts on a day-to-day basis inside the NHS, a job that he still
58.
loves. He's one of life's really good people, is Graham. But on the board, he is a
140.
stone-cold
Daniel
animal.
78.
Finds treble 18. Can he find the double 12 that gave him the 9 yesterday?
63.
He can't.
Graham McCall, 60.
And so this for 4-1 win, it'll move Graham Usher onto 8 points. After a slow
Finish on the
start
match,
yesterday,
Graham Usher.
Graham Usher is beginning to get on a roll. A 4-1 victory against Danny Jansen puts him onto 8 points and puts him joint top of the group. Ahead of a meeting between Tom Sykes and Richie Housen, the Gambler's got himself well suited. He's not quite the 8 in the pack just yet, but he's most certainly shuffling his deck. He gets the better of Danny Jansen by 4 legs to 1. Next up, it is Sykes against Housen. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Graham Usher got the better of Danny Jansen by 4-1 to get the day's action underway. Game number 2 is a meeting between Richie Howson and Tom Sykes. And this game could be pivotal in terms of dictating the pace and the tide in this particular group. Tom Sykes could move on to 10 points, a couple of clear Graham Usher, 4 clear of Richie Howson. Or if the Owl can get off to a quick start this morning, we could have the top 3 players in this Group A, all tied on 8 points. The Castleford Tiger, Tom Sykes, now 32 years of age. He's looking to make it through to a 4th Champions Week up against Richie Howson, the 59-year-old from Raynham in Essex. Tried to run him up in a week, did win the Legends League at the beginning of the calendar year, and that week he played some of the best starts of his career. Got the better of Steve Beaton in the final, posted a career best average of 115.62. Since then, we've seen him get to the final of the Champion of Champions in this very building around about a week and a half ago. Would lose out to Ross Montgomery, who was unable really to sustain the heat, or sustain the heat, shall I say, in his own words. But ready to head into the furnace again against one of the red-hot players in this building, who is off to a red-hot start.
Yeah, great start there from Tom. Good day for him yesterday, as he's at the top of the table.
100.
Different day for Howson, whereupon he said he openly said that he struggled
137
and really did fight for every point.
But that's almost indicative of Richie's character. We were mentioning in the break on the back of his shirt the phrase "never give up," and that's a story which has really summed up the, I suppose, the secondary career of Richie Howson as Sykes piles in a maximum.
Well, he's such a talented guy. A cabinet maker by
60.
trade.
Tom's last scores was 180.
Well, just a slight pause in play here. Now, Tom's left himself on 44 after 3 visits to the board. So it's double 16 for the first leg. 44 is required.
12.
And the double 16 is missed. Whereas Richie Howson finds himself on 201 in this particular point. Apologies about the slight error in the score graphics. So Sykes looking at 32. Howson on 201.
95.
That 95 leaves him on 106. And so Sykes is back for double 16 to take the opening leg of this contest. Up now for double 8. Into the double 8 and into a 1-0 lead. Sykes leading Richie Howson by a leg to nil. A comfortable hold and throw for the Castleford Tiger. And Howson's going to get us underway in leg number 2 of this contest. 14 data for
60.
Tom Sykes in that opening leg. Really comfortable start for for Tom in this contest, and he'll be
60.
hoping to carry that on throughout the course of the day. There is just going to be a slight stoppage in play. There is a slight technical issue. The player's just being given instructions by a member of our backstage team who are just giving the players the instructions that they need at this present moment in time. So they're just being told to halt the game. There's going to be a slight pause, which is why both players head back to the drinks table. Paul Hinks will stand on standby until the issue is rectified. And it's one of those things that occasionally happen, and I suppose it's down, Trina, to who can deal with it the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that, well, like you say, it does happen, and it's going to be who gets back into the groove then, if you like, straight afterwards. And it can affect players, but they'll be hoping that it don't, obviously. And yeah, it's just one of them things. But going back to Graham, to Richie, sorry, a joiner by trade, cabinet maker, and as we said yesterday, a very good snooker player. Loves his fishing, good at fishing, and a very good artist as well. So he's multi-talented, and that's just the thing. I wonder if he can sing.
Well, we've got a 5 minutes spare, so we could do a karaoke.
Yeah, shall I run down and ask him to give us a song?
I reckon he might say no.
Yeah, it's a good possibility.
Well, both players just stood to the side of the stage, doing the right thing, just having a drink, wiping themselves with a towel and whatever. And these are two of the more experienced campaigners here. So these two will know exactly the situation when things do go wrong occasionally. I mean, it is a computer system that we use, and the computer system that's input in terms of the score that you see on your screen is the score that's used for the players. It's excuse me, one screen fits all. So with the amount of games that we have a year, I mean, we have 104 matches a week, so we probably have the best part of around about 5,000 games a year. So we're always going to have the odd moment here and there where things don't quite go to plan, but both players just standing there waiting patiently, awaiting for their next instructions. And for Tom Sykes, I suppose the frustration would be that, hello, from the commentary box, I suppose the frustration would be that he led the game 1 there. He's got off to a really good start, 14 data in leg 1, and that passage has been halted a little bit.
Yeah, and he'll be hoping that doesn't affect his darts when he returns to the hockey. And it's like you say, it's one of them things that happens in it. The players expect things to happen as well at times, and it's just an unfortunate thing that you have to get over and get on with the game.
Well, Tom Sykes does lead the way in terms of the league standings. He's on 8 points going into today's play. Can open up a gap if he can win this particular contest. And it looks like we're going to get
with 60 on this second leg.
Back underway. Paul Hinks just confirming to our backstage team. So
Be okay now?
we have a referee obviously on stage in Paul Hinks, and then backstage we have a number of people that will help out. In particular, somebody who's called a scalper. Now their job is the inputter of the scores to the board, and they're the main line of communication
81
to the referee. I suppose effectively an assistant referee to a certain degree, although maybe not with the authority that an assistant referee, say, in a football match or a cricket match would have.
Yeah, no VAR in this game.
And I think we are so thankful for that.
Absolutely.
100.
But Sykes leads 1-0, and don't be surprised if this leg is just a little bit leggy, because actually one of the things the players didn't do was throw any practice darts. Now, sometimes when there is a stoppage in play, the players may just have a chuck for a couple of minutes just to keep the arm loose, but both players just stayed at the back of the stage and just let Paul Hinks get on what he needed to get on with.
Well, that hasn't affected Richie Howson there. Piling in a maximum, leaving himself on 80 when he returns.
135, Richie
Good reply from Tom. Single 20 for Tops then. Tops required.
Game shown
Tops
the second
found.
leg, Richie Howson.
Richie Howson leads.
Third leg, Tom to throw first. Game on.
Well, this is going to be a group littered with tight matches, littered with tight
16.
moments, and Richie probably, I suppose, if it was a cricket term where the rains come down onto the pitch, then and you're the batting team that needs 300 and with 1
16.
wicket remaining, then you want the rain to cause a delay. And I suppose to all intents and purposes, Richie Howson probably was that cricket team. He needed that break.
Well, it doesn't seem to have affected either player. Tom Sykes puts in a 180 of his own.
100.
Although he's not going to get the Yannick Sinner type default that he got yesterday. He was 2 sets down to Grigor Dimitrov at Wimbledon, and unfortunately Grigor served and he did his shoulder in, went completely out of socket, out of place, and had to withdraw from the match.
140.
Yeah. Injuries do happen, even in darts. 81 here for Tom.
49.
Just wires the double 16.
He won his first leg in 14 darts. Could win this leg in 5 visits as well.
140.
40 for Houghton, leads himself on 61. But Sykes to move in front. It was a 14 darter to win his first leg, 13 darter to win his second. 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
Interesting you mentioned injuries, and I feel like because of the amount of darts, particularly the top players are playing now, the injuries are going to be
43.
a bit more of a commonplace, because say you're playing so much, so you're just going to put your body through so much more strain.
Yeah, you know, you've got repetitive strain and
134.
And just things. It's affects parts of the body where you wouldn't necessarily think it would as well. It's your knees take a battering as
100.
well. Your hips do as well, especially if you twist, if you approach the hockey and you twist your body. You know,
60.
you tend to crush your muscle a little bit when leaning. So there's all sorts of elements that can go wrong in darts, and like you say, you've seen quite a few players that have had operations to put things right. Lisa Ashton being one of them.
118.
You can see her back on the stage at the World Match Play at the Winter Gardens at the end of the month. And if you're subscribed to the Super Series YouTube channel, early one this morning, me and
58.
Trina did a preview for that tournament, which will be released on the channel over the course of the next couple of days. So you can watch that to your heart's content on the Super Series
59.
YouTube channel. You can also
Richard
catch
Carl,
up highlights of every
160.
single session here at the Live Lounge via that particular channel.
$60. Tom McCarr, 130.
A chance for Tom then to take a 3-1 lead. Needs a treble 20. Finds it. Bullseye. Oh,
Range
and
on the
what a
fourth leg,
beautiful
Tom
shot
Sykes.
there from Tom Sykes. 130 checkout.
Fifth leg, Tom to throw
Break a
first.
throw
Game
and
on.
leads the match by 3 legs to 1.
And playing like an absolute dream so far is Tom Sykes. Now, every single leg he's won in this game has been won in 5 visits. 14, a 13, a 15. His average, 103.42. The average, 318, 3 from 7. You look at the graphic you want to look at, and it's just impressive from him.
It is indeed. And, you know, Richie's got a 96.5 average himself.
125.
Yes, he's great darts.
He might be feeling a sense of divine irony here, Richie Howson, because he played below his high standards yesterday, won 3
81.
matches. He's playing his best game of the week, and he's getting drubbed.
$100.
Yeah, manages to find the treble 20 with his last start. Places it in between his 2 previous.
57.
And this is good pressure.
140.
Leaves himself on 136. But a superb reply
171.
from Tom
Richard
Sykes.
Carr, 136.
And this 136, you feel, has to go.
It's not going to, and that maximum visit of Tom Sykes means that he's going to return for 92 to
92. Tom Carr, 92.
So 92. And another one of them
74.
would have
Richard Carr,
confirmed the
44.
match. However, Richie, chance at 44. Double 16,
Game
and he
shot on the
finds it
fifth
with his
leg.
second
Richie
dart.
Houghton.
3-2.
Six leg Richie to third first. Game
Break
on.
a throw there. Richie putting himself in a good position here. A hold a throw here
100.
would mean we go to a deciding leg.
$97.
Covers well on the treble 19.
$100. $139.
Super darts here from both players. Tom averaging 103.36 at the moment, and Richie 98.84. Well, can't find the
57.
treble.
Richard Carr,
So not on a
161.
finish. Richie on 161. Can't be done this time. Looking to
51.
pressure to get him down to a decent outshot. This is great darts.
135. Richard Carr, 110.
Pressurises the 110 from Howson. 90 required. Can't find the treble 18, so Tom will
98.
return
Tom Carr,
for
73.
73 for the match.
$53.
Just
Richard
underneath
Carr,
the
12.
wire. So Howson to level the match. Double 3.
6. Tom Carr,
Not to be
20.
found. Two fives.
10. Richard Carr, 6.
Well, another opportunity for Howson to level this match. Wires the double 3.
No score.
Can't find the
Tom
double
Carr,
1.
10.
So yeah, it's again.
Game shot on the match, Tom Sykes.
There it is. Double 5. Gets Tom Sykes over the line. 4-2 victory there. Tom Sykes with a 97.13 average. Richie Howson, 92.12. 3 maximums there for Tom Sykes. And as we go into the next match, we have Rohan Brewers against Dan Hans.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at Portsmouth on Pluto TV. We have to the stage now Dan Hans and Rohan Brewers, who are standing at the bottom of the table at the moment. Rohan, age 23, from Woohoo in Holland. In the Netherlands, and Dan, 26, from Walsall.
Yes, slight change in the commentary box. Henry Deacon has had to depart. So I'm Chris Murphy stepping in to join Trina Gulliver to
Let's
talk
say
you through
Grant to throw first.
the action for the remainder of
Game
this
on.
session. A session which has seen a 4-1 win for Graham Usher against Danny Jansen. Graham playing particularly well in that victory. And then Tom
135.
Sykes getting the better of Richie House on 4-2. Sykes remaining top of the table.
140.
As a result of that win, 2 points clear of Usher, who in turn is 2 points clear of Howson. Hans and Browers are the bottom
99.
two in the table. Both debutants, Trina, but certainly didn't play like they'd never been here before yesterday.
No, they played really well. I was impressed
58.
with both players. Brewers scored well early on in the day.
40.
But, just couldn't manage to get over the line in a couple of matches, and Dan Hans
41.
as well was impressive. There's nothing to say that, you know, if they have a good day today, it's called moving day for a
140.
reason, and you know, they could go up the table. Great maximum there from Dan Hans. First of this match.
47. Damnica 82.
17 would leave tops.
42.
Over the
Rowan
top.
40.
Chance for Brewers then to
Each
take
on the
out
first leg,
tops, and he
Rowan
does so.
Brewers.
Takes the first leg of the match.
Second leg down to do first. Game on.
That interesting setup on the table with the darts,
21.
which we witnessed yesterday for the first time. Never quite seen anything like that before, Trina.
I have, but a long time ago.
56.
It goes back quite a long way, really, because you never had the actual holders for the darts in the past, and people used to use the corks.
95.
I wonder who'll be
140.
popping the cork at the end of the week. Jimmy Van Skeet on Saturday, the latest name to win in Series 11.
81.
Part of a really star-studded Champions Week lineup, which will get another name at the end of this week. If you are in and
44.
around the Portsmouth area, tickets are available via dartshop.tv.
98.
And you can scan that QR code, get yourself straight to that page, and just part with £5.
121.
Price of a vanilla oat milk skinny latte, Trina.
I'll take your word for it.
59. Rohanukar 140.
So 140 now for Brewers. Not to be done this time. So Hans will be back for the 147.
55. Danukar 147.
Good start. Brilliant.
111.
Just whistles past the
Rohanukar
wire
85.
for the 147 clearance now, though Browers can break the throw and
Being shown
does
the
so in
second leg,
clinical
Rohan
fashion
Brewers.
to lead this match 2-0.
Third leg round to through first.
That's got to hurt Hans, hasn't it?
Game on.
Yeah, 2 out of 2 for Brewers.
And Dan's had a dart at double in each of those legs, including at the end of that 147 combo. But at the moment, it's hands down.
60.
Brewers on the up.
140. $59.
I was talking to Brewers earlier and was mentioning about the amount of
96.
bounce outs. It wasn't the board that he had yesterday, the bounce outs. It was clattering against his own darts. And he missed out on a couple of 180s
96.
for that fact.
$130.
Yeah, I've seen that before. Players who've had to go away and make sure the points are a little bit sharper or roughed up, so they're gripping the board a little more.
29.
And it can
Danukar
really be the board, can it?
135.
Because if it was, it would happen to every player. It's often the way you deliver the darts or the actual equipment itself.
63.
Yeah, it was more the way he delivered the dart. It was his third dart was clattering against the barrels of the other.
58.
It wasn't the board's
Danukar,
fault at all, and
72.
he was getting frustrated with the fact that it kept happening to him.
Another leg where he gets a dart at
52.
double, another leg where he misses a dart at double, but the difference is this time he'll be back with 3 in hand, which he hasn't had. That pun wasn't intended, by the way.
27. Danukar 20.
Well, Brewers doesn't leave himself a finish, so Dan has 6 darts from here should he need it. And he finds it with
Being
his
shown the
third
third leg,
dart.
Dan Hans.
Gets the leg on the board and trails by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg down to through first. Game on.
Was a breaker throw. So a holder throw here would put him level.
77.
Good rescue with the last dart going down for cover. But perfect start here for his opponent.
140.
Lots of potential we're seeing from this pair. I do think that there is every possibility that we might see one, if not both of them,
140.
at finals night on Saturday. Maybe not through this group, but in the secondary group.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's not all is lost.
180.
As Brewers fires in a 180. Yeah, all is lost if you don't get through
97.
the Group A. You have B or C to make your way through to Saturday evening.
32.
With that little slip from Rohan
59.
just allows
Rohan Diakar 149.
Hands to have a chance, but didn't really make the most of it.
59. Dan Diakar 128.
So 128 for Dan. Treble 18 again. So 56 required.
88. Rohan Diakar
Leaves himself
90.
tops.
$38. Dan Diakar 40.
And again, he comes back with 3 darts at a double.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Dan Hands.
And finds tops to level up. Hands tied.
Fifth leg round through first. Game on.
Nicknamed the Tap Man, you can see on the back of his shirt there. I'm assuming that's because of the ink
28.
and not because he sells some...
Tap.
Yeah. Don't know what his day job is. But
18.
he's certainly a fan of the body art, isn't he?
He loves it.
97. $92.
He's leveling the game, having lost the first couple of legs.
84.
Important game for the pair of them, really, but if Hands wins it, he's on 6 points. That's only 2 off second place, Graham Usher, who he does play in his
140.
next fixture. Early days, but he could yet emerge as a threat in this group.
100.
Yeah, still all to play for.
$95.
Dan leaves himself 94 when he returns. Brewers pressurise. He does so.
140.
Nice
Dan Diakar
140 there.
94.
Leaves himself on 52.
$54. Rohan Diakar 52.
Brewers will have a chance. This 52 then for a hold of throw. Tops. 2 10s.
42. Dan Diakar
Can't be
40.
found. So opportunity now for Hands to lead.
Getting shown the fifth
And
leg.
does
Dan
lead.
Hands.
Hands up.
Sixth leg down through first. Game on.
Now throwing for the match. An important breaker throw there.
39.
Doesn't really capitalise on his throw though. So a big score here from Brewers. Would hurt.
125.
And that is a big score. Are we destined for a decider?
$100.
That's what happened yesterday between the pair. It went the way of Hands in the last leg. Of course, on that occasion, he had the throw. It wouldn't be
140.
the case today.
$140.
It's a good battle this is between the two of them. Averages at the moment
100.
84.53 for Rohan. And Dan 87.35.
140. Rohan Diakar 136.
Well, there will be an opportunity for Hands to get the job done. Remember, he
96.
lost the
Dan
first
Diakar
2 legs of the
82.
game when Brewers was perfect on the doubles. He's missed a couple of opportunities since then, and there are now 2 at double
Getting shown the match.
for Dan
Hands.
Hands, who only needs 1. A brilliant bullseye to double 16 combo to complete the 82. Sees Hands get the victory over Rohan Brewers for the second day on the spin. A win that sees him climb to joint third in the table, 6 points, level with Richie Howson, who is in action next, taking on the Dutchman, Danny Jansen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, brought to you live and free on Pluto TV. We're going to see Richie Howson take on the mullet Danny Jansen. If you've been listening this morning, you will have heard Henry Deacon. Unfortunately, he's had to leave for personal reasons, so Chris Murphy stepping in, joining Trina Gulliver, MBE 10-time champion of the world. What a privilege, what a Brucey bonus for me to be alongside you, Trina, and watching a player who you had the pleasure of commentating a 9-dart finish yesterday with, Henry.
Yeah, that was my first. Oh, I was so excited. Yeah, great
First leg,
performance
Richie to through first.
from Danny Jansen
Game
yesterday.
on.
Hitting the perfect 9.
I did actually bump into Danny on the way in this morning and reminded him that nobody's hit 2 in a week. He said he'll try.
He said the same to
16.
me when I see him as well. No pressure, eh?
58.
Have we had 2 in a week before?
Yeah, we had 2 in 2 matches at one point. Tommy Lishman and Lee Cox. There we go.
Ah,
85.
Yeah, remarkable.
okay.
We do tend to come in little runs as well, so I'm quite hopeful because we tend to go a long time without. And then we got Conan Whitehead in that incredible
60.
leg on Thursday where both players hit back-to-back 180s before Whitehead cleaned up 141. And just a few days later, Jansen got his name on the Roll of Honour.
96.
Well, the maximum scoring has been superb so far this week. 51 from yesterday alone. I think we're on
32.
58 now. So the scoring's there for it to be achieved again.
81.
So here's hoping.
Absolutely. Hair-raising stuff from Danny Jansen yesterday.
95.
Goes very much all in on his image, the mullet. But if Richie let his hair down, he'd give him a run for his money, wouldn't he?
He would.
137.
The Owl, of course, who was here in that World Seniors Champion of Champions and made the final.
95. Richie Carr,
He inevitably
42.
seems to do in the World Seniors events. He wants double 16 to take the opening leg.
Getting shown the first leg, Richie
Yeah, and finds it
Howson.
with his 3rd dart. Leg on the board.
Second
by
leg, Danny
Howson.
to through first.
Hold a
Game
throw.
on.
18 dart leg.
$83.
Interesting to see Jansen starting on the 19s.
Perhaps he was thinking of going for the 9 on a different route.
140.
He's sick of 180s, so he's now trying to get 171s instead.
59.
We did see that tactic employed by Thomas Banks last week. He was struggling with his throw, and it actually seemed to help him.
Yeah, I see that last week. He was struggling at the beginning of the week, wasn't he? And
57.
as the week went on, it was easier for him.
And ended with that tremendous moment when he hit
44.
3 bullseyes for a 150 checkout.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think many were pretty proud of Thomas by the end of the week. And he will return for the
140.
Rising Stars event that's coming up following this series. Players aged between 16 and 21 given the chance to showcase their skills
60.
and show who
Richard
is
Carr,
the
164.
brightest star of the sport.
$100.
Well, Richie will be back for the 64. And Danny just looking to leave the
95.
finish.
Richard Carr, 64.
Another 16. Needed
48.
the double, but
Daniel Carr, 160.
couldn't quite find it. It's a chance now for Jansen to take out this 160. Not to be this time.
So can Richie Howson
45.
double
Issue car 16.
his advantage here. Double 8 to do so. He loves it in this area of the board. And that could be a help for Howson.
No score. Daniel Carr
Didn't
115.
get over it. And found the wrong bed.
He did that a few times yesterday, was throwing low. Opportunity.
49.
Not taken.
Issue car 16.
So another chance for Richie for this double 8.
Getting
He
shown the
finds it
second
with
leg,
his first
Richie
start.
Howson.
Gets a 2-0 lead and a breaker throw.
Third leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
He's a great finisher, isn't he? Richie Howson. You expect him to take out those shots when he's got 3 in hand, even when he's on combination checkouts.
41.
Yeah, that shirt does live up to its name. Never give up at the back of his on the back of his shirt.
60.
Yesterday he battled through on every point. He knew he wasn't playing too well, but was happy at the end of the day to come away with the points that he did.
45.
Doesn't like that visit. Slightly out of sorts display from Danny Jansen, mind here.
134.
That's the first time that he's found 2 trebles in a visit. It's taken him 3 legs to do that. Richie Howson has already done that 3 times in this match, and Jansen
81.
yet to get a go at a double in the game. This is better. Much, much better.
140.
Yeah, leaves himself 167 when he returns.
$60. Daniel Carr 167. $102.
So we'll be getting his first throws at the outer ring when he comes back. But maybe under some pressure.
140. Daniel Carr 65.
Tops then. Oh, it just
35.
slips into
Richie
the double
Carr
5.
134.
Chance now for Howson to take out 134. Can't be done this time.
Yeah, you could see the disappointment when he hit 140.
94.
The
Daniel
previous
Carr
visit
30.
rather than the 180, because that probably would have been the difference between, in his mind, winning the leg and not. However, he may get another opportunity.
24.
He will, and I just
Richie
got the
Carr
sense there
40.
that Jansen wanted that too much. He kind of threw himself with the dart at double.
Yeah, a bit of shoulder in that one. And tops now for Howson to take a 3-0 lead.
Well, how on earth did you get this in?
20. Daniel Carr
Well, it doesn't
6.
is the answer, but I'm not sure there was a possible way. How on earth does he get this in? Well, you can see where he
Inch on the
can
third
get it
leg,
in, and that's a
Danny
great
Jansen.
dart from Danny Jansen.
Fourth leg Danny to
Moves
throw
across
first.
the hockey.
Game on.
Opens up the bed. And fires it in.
85. $57.
Yeah, them darts for tops for Howson weren't the best, were they? They're kind of like covering the tops for him.
94.
Yeah, the darts really do. It's hard to see, actually, just from the standard camera angle. They actually look like they're leaning up, but they're not at all. They are perpendicular. The flight pointing down
35.
towards the floor, which means that if he is above a target, it becomes very difficult to find it.
Yes,
80.
when throwing for the treble 20, his perfect dart is just below it.
Not like that, but he does have room to the right here, so he will persevere, and he'll probably put one on top of there into the treble 20.
60.
Ooh, that would have been the aim, as Sid Waddell used to call it, the understacker.
Yeah, Phil Taylor quality.
85.
It's like trying to lay one down to build on top, but he has to switch there. There you see, perfectly low in the treble.
Daniel Carr,
But
157.
Janssen is on a finish. This has been a real game of two halves. Janssen was slow out of the blocks. Howson raced into a two-leg lead, but suddenly it looks destined to be deadlock at 2-2.
141.
Yeah, Janssen way ahead here, and all Howson can do is try and apply pressure.
140.
And he does
Daniel
so.
Carr, 16.
Finds the double eight.
Janssen.
If you're wondering how Howson,
Fifth leg
or
reaching
why
the third
Howson
first.
starts
Game
and
on.
like that, we've got a great series here on Pluto TV called Break of Throw. It'll talk you through the technique of several darts players, why their darts land the way
45.
they do, why they throw the way they do. Usually with darts laying down like that, it's to do with the grip,
100.
the position in which a dart is held. In fact, we've seen players like Darryl Gurney and Luke Littler himself purposely do that in the odd throw, for example, on a 60 checkout to avoid blocking tops.
Yeah, it's a talent worth trying to apply to your own if you can do it.
121.
I mean, you have to be good to start with. Those who've got my level of skill, you try and hold the dart somewhere different, it just drops on the floor and doesn't even reach a dartboard.
It hits the skirting board.
140.
Danny Janssen's got an interesting technique himself. If you look at the position in the hand, the point's actually pointing
100.
way off to the left, and that's got to be corrected as he gets ready to release.
It's kind of almost like a twist of the hand, isn't it? To straighten the dart
100.
as he releases it. So there you go. You can see the point to the left of him, and as he pulls it back,
123. Richard Carr, 156.
retrieves it to a more central position.
And he's put himself in a promising position in this game. From 2-0 down, Janssen stands
60. Daniel Carr, 57.
with a chance of a 3-2 advantage. 17 for tops.
Getting shot on the fifth
Which
leg,
he
Danny Janssen.
finds to turn this tie totally on its head.
Six leg Danny to third first. Game on.
Yeah, break a throw there as well by Danny Janssen. The throw in for the match now.
And a win here would see Janssen join Richie Howson and Dan Hands on 6 points.
140.
It's going to be a little bit congested in the middle of the table. Hands taking on Graham Usher next. It's all working quite well for Tom Sykes, who's got an opportunity to pull away at the top.
180.
Now Richie Howson finding a maximum at a crucial time.
44.
Yeah, certainly needed it. With Janssen having won the last 3 legs in this encounter.
$96. $58.
Oh, good shot here from Howson. Will put him in control of this leg. Finds the 25 to leave himself 160 when he returns. Would have liked more than that, but does leave himself a finish.
137. Richard
2
Carr,
big trebles
160.
found from Janssen. He leaves a more favourable checkout. And he's going to get a go at it. So he'll only need 1 treble to get a match dart
100.
here.
Daniel
Danny
Carr,
Janssen.
122.
Well, now he needs 2. It was almost a happy
50.
accident, but
Richard
Howson with a
Carr,
chance.
60.
And we mentioned that 60. It's a good finish for him because he won't be blocking tops with the first dart.
Yeah, exactly. So tops now.
Getting
Finds
shot
it with
on
his
the sixth
second
leg,
dart
Richie
and does
Howson.
indeed level the match. Go into a
So the final leg,
deciding
Richie
leg.
through first.
Howson
Game on.
has the darts.
Yeah, first time today that we've gone the distance. but it could be a real pivotal point of the week for both players. As
180.
Howson kicks off with a 180 for the second successive leg. If he wins this game, he moves on to 8 points, leaves Danny Jansen on 4, and that might start to determine the direction
27.
of travel in the group for both men.
Yeah, the perfect start for Howson in this leg. And follows with another one.
180.
Now then, dare we say it?
We talked about it. They've been hitting 180s so frequently that we might get more than 1-9 data this week. Danny Jansen hit one yesterday, and he's disappointed to see that Richie Howson hasn't followed suit today.
83.
Yeah, he'd have liked to have seen somebody else do it as well. A thump of fists there to appreciate the effort made.
140.
Shows you the camaraderie, because this is a last leg decider, and he was willing it in. Couldn't do it in 9. But a delightful dozen data sees Richie Howson get the better of Danny Jansen in a last leg decider. Threatened perfection in it. In a game that really went in runs, Howson winning the first couple of legs, Jansen then winning 3, then Howson winning the last 2 to take the points. Coming next, Usher meets Hans.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison! And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back here to the Modus Super Series here in Portsmouth. Where before the break, we see Richie Howson defeat Danny Jansen 4-3 and a closely contested
First leg, Graham did through first.
game.
Game on.
Now taken to the Ockies, Graham Usher and Dan Hans. Graham
85.
got the opportunity here to go to the top of the table
60.
with Tom Sykes temporarily.
It looks like he wants to do that. Get a race at the top of the table, which it looks like might be a three-horse race between himself, Sykes and Howson. Howson and Usher play at the end of the day. Usher plays Sykes in his penultimate match as well. He's got every opportunity here of
41.
Forcing his way right to the summit of the stack on moving day.
Yeah, only hits a
44.
41 though after his 180. Not a good reply. But still ahead in this leg.
50.
A brilliant player to watch. A great pace to his game. In fact, a great pace to both players here.
87.
Usher,
Graham McCarwood, 45.
the left-hander. Actually ambidextrous. We have seen him practice with his right hand before.
55.
Yeah, I'm so jealous.
170.
If I threw left-handed, I'd kill somebody.
84. Graham McCarr,
90 then for Usher. 20s will be the route. Double 15. Okay, that's a happy accident. Double 10.
70.
Not to beat.
Daniel Carr, 86.
Another one of them. Bullseye.
61. Graham McCarr,
Not to
20.
beat. So Usher back for double 10.
Double 5.
15. Daniel
Well,
Carr,
it's
25.
a leg that Usher will feel he should have wrapped up quite comfortably.
23.
And he still might,
Graham McCarr, 5.
albeit less comfortably.
Getting shown the
Well,
first
he does
leg,
find
Graham
the double
Usher.
one. Takes the first leg.
Second leg down to through first. Game on.
Sort of apologetic raise of the hand to Dan
100.
from Graham Usher. That's most commentators say that's a cardinal sin in darts. Don't apologise for winning a leg.
100.
Yes. However, when you're in that situation, you sometimes do as a player.
121.
It's kind of like almost a bit of an embarrassment that you've actually won that leg.
123.
But technically speaking, no, you shouldn't.
134.
Never seen a footballer apologise for scoring a goal, no matter how it went in.
That's very true.
Or maybe an own goal.
123.
matter.
Daniel Carr, 146. 58. Graham McCarr, 155.
155 on offer for Usher here to double his advantage. Not going to go, so Hand will come back for 88. He got a dart at the bull in the previous leg. He only then got one at double 2.
88.
Should have had a couple at a double after that. Let's see what he can do with this. Well,
48. Graham McCarr,
doesn't even
140.
give himself a chance at the bullseye. That's a strange decision.
$98. Daniel Carr, 40.
In the end, doesn't matter.
Getting shown the
As he
second
takes
leg,
out
Gallans.
tops and levels up.
Third leg, Graham did through first. Game on.
Yeah, decides to go the 16s route
100.
rather than the 20 route in that 88 that he required.
95. $59.
Well, looking to work across from the first start. In fact, finds a tiny corner of the treble and is really threatening Usher here on throw. But Graham's bouncing back.
140.
He's got such a smooth throw, hasn't he, Graham? Makes it look so easy.
94. $41.
Hardly any movement in the body. Saying that, Dan's got a very
85.
nice, fluent
Glenn
throw as well.
61.
Quick.
$85. Danica 87.
87 then. Finds the treble 17.
51.
And it can't
Glenn
find
Carr,
the double
76.
18.
Yeah, it's a really good effort on the Usher throw, this. Will it be in vain? It is.
On the third leg, Graham Usher.
As the roulette wheel rolls in red for the gambler.
Fourth leg down to through first. Game on.
And he has the upper hand.
Yeah, Hans really disappointed
41.
not to have taken the lead there.
121.
Been a breaker throw for him. He's not quite taking the opportunities that he's creating
45.
for himself.
You can see that really
100.
eye-catching throw for Graham Usher makes it look so easy. So fluid and fluent.
45.
Dan has a very rhythmic kind of
83.
throw.
Yeah, it's a similar speed to Graham Usher, but to me, just looking at the throw, it looks a little less relaxed, maybe locking the elbow a bit more.
96.
Usher almost,
22.
and people may disagree, but there's a throw breakdown with Raymond van Barneveld, and I think he comes from the same school. Literally not
59.
thinking about how he's throwing his darts, just chucking them.
Well, I'm a big believer that you can't
80.
overthink things as well, and it's hard not to do that, especially when things aren't going right. You start to analyse your throw,
90.
especially when they're not
Glenn
landing in the
95.
board right. You just wonder what you're doing differently.
55.
Well, that would have been
Danica
a lovely check out for
125.
Usher. Hans has got a bit of a champagne shot here, but he needed at least the green bit.
32.
And Usher will return for
Danica
another pop
40.
at tops for a 3-1 lead.
Getting shown the fourth
Finds
leg,
double
Graham
10
Usher.
with his second dart. Does indeed lead by 3 legs to
Fifth leg,
1.
Graham to through first.
Throwing
Game
first in this last, what could be the last leg of this match.
60. $85.
Deflection there takes Dan's last
60.
dart into the 5 bed.
$57.
Perfectly pitched. I suppose the
100.
one little downside to Graham Usher's, whether it's his throws, his equipment, is quite a lot of deflections, and they tend to
134.
divert a fair bit. You see quite a lot of 1-2-5s and 1-2-1s, etc.
60. 140.
That's a good shot there from Dan. Puts him in a good position here. Be returning
60.
for
Danica
85. Finds a treble 15, needs the tops. Finds it with his third dart.
Dan Hans.
And gets another leg on the board. Break a throw
6
as
leg
well.
down to through first. Game
So
on.
now Dan is throwing to level the match.
Yeah, every game's been pretty competitive.
96. $81. $41.
Just feel that this group in the end won't really reflect how closely matched the players have been. Someone's going to win it with plenty of points. Someone's going to finish bottom with not too many. And actually, most of the games have been relatively close.
22.
Oh, poor visit there from Dan. After Usher's 180.
85.
Getting a little bit frustrated down there.
100. Going to car
Yeah, well, he couldn't
155.
have left to finish whatever he scored then. So Usher's slightly wayward dart in the
56.
previous visit didn't matter a jot. He returns with 99.
45. Going to car 99.
Right time of the year for it, right weather for it.
83.
Couldn't quite complete it.
He will be back though.
100. Going to car
Dan
16.
does find a treble 20 to put the pressure on. It's a double 4.
8.
Right on
Dan
the
Lucar,
wire.
97.
Can't get much closer than that.
Opportunity knocks for Dan Hands. Treble 19. Found. 2 darts at tops.
57.
Can't
Lucar,
force
8.
a decider. And Usher now will get the opportunity to
show
seal
the
the
match,
deal,
Usher.
which he does. Graham Usher with a fabulous 4-2 win, takes his points tally to 10 and joins Tom Sykes at the top of the Group A table. Dan Hands put up a good fight. He missed 2 darts to force a decider. Usher, in the end, won through, and he is level with Sykes, who's back in action next.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, UK, the home of the Modus Super Series, which is live on Pluto TV, absolutely free for your viewing pleasure. Arrows enthusiasts get to watch 24 hours of darts a day, including the live action from the Modus Super Series. And leading the charge in Group A this week is Tom Sykes, a former finalist, twice Champions Night finalist. In
First
fact,
leg, Tom to throw
hoping
first.
to go on
Game
further
on.
in this series, but first of all he's got to get to finals night, and he's doing a good job of it in this group so far. Graham Usher, though, has just joined him at the top of the table. This is Tom's
57.
game in hand, and he's looking for what would be his 6th win from 7 matches.
58. $57.
His opponents actually at the foot of the field. Rowan Brewers on debut. The Dutchman,
58.
I think, has acquitted himself quite well. Maybe not got the results that his performances have merited, but I expect to see him
100.
being more of a threat later in the week.
Yeah, I spoke to him earlier, and he said that yesterday was a good experience. You know, he
58.
enjoyed it. He found that having Danny there, and with him playing Danny in his first game as well, he found
100.
that was a bit more comforting, gave him more time to settle in, and knows Danny anyway. So it was a good match to have for the first match, as he fires in a maximum.
A 180 that puts him back in the picture in this leg. May have to follow it with the big 147 out, though. Sykes leaves himself a 2-darter. It's on. 87 left. 36 left. What a finish that is. And what a 6 starts that is. 3-2-7 in 6.
Second leg
from
round
Rowan
to throw
Brewers
first.
against
Game
the
on.
table-topping Tom Sykes to take the lead.
Yeah, super darts there from Brewers. Break of throw and 15-dart leg.
60. $96.
Castleford Tiger did little wrong himself, but that was just a superb surge
43.
from Brewers.
$100. $96.
Ticks off the treble 19 there with his second dart. And Tom, super
168.
scoring. Leaves himself 137.
$56. Tom McCall, 137. $57.
Burrows is going to need something similar to the previous leg from here.
66. Tom McCart, 80.
66 will not do because it leaves 180, meaning no checkout, and it may not matter anyway because Sykes
Getting shown the second leg.
has
Tom side.
responded with class. 15 darter from one,
Third leg Tom to through
14
first.
dart break
Game
from
on.
the other. Or as they say, where Tom's from t'other.
140.
Yeah, Yorkshire lad.
60.
Yeah, one of two in this group, and they're actually occupying the top two spots. Sykes of Castleford,
100.
Usher of Scarborough. Another one
135.
coming in later in the week, haven't we? Carl Wilkinson.
$41.
And the place will be full of white roses.
Or you can put me in that bracket. Paul Hinks, the referee.
Yep.
That's a takeover.
$60.
Brewers on 169, so just looking here to put some pressure on.
41. Tom McCart,
Disappointed with that
160.
visit. 160 for Sykes.
Going to leave it handy, isn't it?
140.
He's going to
Tom
leave
McCart,
double 10,
128.
forcing Brewers to take this out. Treble 18, the first port of call. Now treble 20. No, neither found, so no dart, any
42.
double.
Tom
And
McCart,
Sykes can
20.
take the lead.
Yeah, double 10.
No
Well,
score.
it goes into
86.
the double 15 bed. There's a chance now for Brewers to take out this 86. Needs another one of them. For Bullseye. Well, that's
55.
some distance
Tom
away.
McCart, 20.
Double 5.
10. Rohan, your
Another
car,
opportunity
31.
for Brewers then. Double 8.
15. Tom McCart, 10. Getting shown
Great
the
use of
third
the
leg,
marker
Tom
there
side.
from Tom Sykes.
Yeah, just deflects it off
Fourth leg
the
round to throw first. Game on.
barrel. Takes the lead, 2-1.
There's a bit of a longer leg. There was a shake of the head from Sykes that kind of reflected that he
135.
doesn't think he should be in that range.
Leg 1 though,
100
as he fires in another maximum. His first of this match.
Yeah, and you could see the head shake before, well, at the end of the previous leg, and then sort of fierce expression as he approached Jockey there. Tom
140.
Sykes means business.
Yeah, determination written all over his face.
96.
Nice tidy front six from both players.
100.
Well, Brewers on 126 after 9.
65. Rohan, your car, 126.
Needs a treble 19. For the Bullseye.
101.
just
Tom
a
McCart,
fraction.
160.
The line was right. The weight wasn't.
He will come back.
100. Rohan, your car, 25.
Fair play to him because Sykes is putting a great leg of darts here, but he's already had one dart at double. He's getting now another.
No
But
score.
we've seen that a few
Tom
times
McCart,
today
60.
already. Wrong doubles hit. Skulls bust.
To tops.
20. Rohan, your
Can't
car,
find it, so
25.
Again, another opportunity for Brewers. Double 4. And he
Getting shown
finds
the
it this
fourth leg,
time.
Rohan Brewers.
Second dart and levels the match at 2 apiece.
Yeah, all square in
Tom to through
this
first.
top against
Game on.
bottom bout. After this, we're going to see
93.
Dan Hands take on Richie Howson, who's looking to climb towards the top of the table himself, and then Danny Jansen will face Sykes.
96. $60. 139.
Another maximum from Tom Sykes. His second.
83.
Yeah, it just gives him control of this fifth leg.
82.
That last start just kind of keeps that control.
$100. Tom Nicart, 86.
86 then for Tom for a 3-2 lead. Bullseye.
61.
And again,
Tom Nicart, 83.
just underneath. Line was right, weight wasn't. Double 16. Oh, and he finds it. That's a crucial leg there for Brewers.
And this could be a big
leg
result,
run
not
through
just for
first.
him,
Game
but
on.
for everybody chasing down Tom Sykes in this group. I think there'll be a few players huddled round the screen in the practice room now, saying, go on,
97.
Rohan, do us a favour.
That's the thing as well. There's how many times have we seen
85.
players at the bottom of the table that have made a crucial impact to the rest of the table because of taking out certain players.
95.
And the confidence that it may well give him as well. He's got a 5-day stay here in Portsmouth. Brutal bounce
40.
out there for Tom Sykes. It's not going right for the Castleford Tiger right now.
$46. 85.
Bit of frustration there from Tom. Bit of a deflection into the 5 and it was unfortunate.
17.
But Brewers hasn't punished.
140. $100. Tom Nicart, 151.
Starting on the treble 17, but getting nowhere near it. So Brewers will get a look at the 146 to win the match.
123.
But he
Rohan
might have
Nicart,
to take it.
146.
Well, misses the
80.
other
Tom Nicart,
treble.
28.
It's a chance now for Sykes to level the match. 2-14s.
Game
Finds
show
it with
the
his
six
first
leg Tom
start.
Sykes.
We do indeed go into a deciding leg.
7th final leg, Tom to through
He
first.
never looks beaten, does he, Tom Sykes?
Game on.
Well, what happened there? I think the cork holding the darts of Brewers actually fell, and it just caused a little bit of a bang on the table, and Tom Sykes...
38.
I think he thought he'd knocked his glass over.
yeah.
$92.
He's put it back for him, look. What a polite young man.
That's the sportsmanship, isn't it?
Brewers none the wiser.
100.
Until he watches it back on camera, of course.
81.
Well, the business here is getting the match won, and Sykes is closing in on that with a brilliant visit here. A visit that sees him record his 3rd maximum of the match.
$100. 96.
That's an unfortunate treble 5, but he'll be back for the 87. And Brewers, what he can do is try and leave a finish.
92.
Does
Tom
pick
McCart,
off the treble
87.
19 well there to leave himself 136 should he get a chance. So 87 now, double 18 for Tom, double 9, and he goes into the
83.
14.
Low on your car,
Opportunity
136.
now for Brewers to take out this 136. Finds the first treble, finds the second, double 8 for the match, and he takes it out. Great finish there, 136. The Rohan Brewers takes out Tom Sykes, 4-3. 88.86 for Tom, and 83.92 for Brewers. 3 maximums for Tom, just the one for Rohan, but he does take the victory. Coming up next, we have Dan Hans against Richie Howson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've seen 6 games so far, starting with a win for Graham Usher over Danny Jansen. Tom Sykes then got the better of Richie Howson before Dan Hans beat Rowan Brewers, but Howson's 4-3 win over Janssen, followed by a 4-2 win for Usher, and then Tom Sykes being beaten by the bottom of the table Brewers in that last leg decider means that they've swapped places at the top of the table. Graham Usher, by virtue of legs won, now leads the way over the fellow Yorkshireman. Richie Howson right on their shoulder, and opportunities for Dan Hands and everybody else to try and rise amongst them as well. Hands in action against Howson, who could make it a three-way tie at the top if the Owl gets the win in this one. And it just shows Trina Gulliver how one result, one leg, one finish, as we just saw, can change everything.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, it was great finishing from Rohan. Not only taking out a 147, but a 136 previous to that. Great finishing from him, and has done some damage to Tom Sykes. That's what I was saying about earlier about the bottom players of the group can cause mayhem for those at the top.
Yeah, and we do feel that this group could get quite congested, quite competitive.
First leg done to through first. Game on.
Remember, Sykes beat Brewers 4-0 yesterday, so great result that for the Dutchman.
59.
But in this one, it's about Hands trying to get level with Howson, and Howson trying to get level with Sykes and Usher above him. Really feel that this is one of those Group A's where there isn't one standout candidate.
81.
I think the three that are in the top three positions will have all come into it with real strong designs of winning this group.
Yeah, it's still wide open, isn't it?
59.
He slipped out of hands. How many of those can I do today? Have I beaten
45.
Henry from yesterday yet?
Well, he did come up with a few, I have to say. He had loads in one sentence, so must try harder, Murph.
Well, you can only clap your hands at that one. Howson, remember, went
85.
back-to-back 182s in his previous match, threatened that second 9-dart of the week. It would have been, what, the third in 6 days.
139.
Yeah, of course, with Whitehead producing the other one on the previous week.
100. Daniel
Yeah,
Carr,
one of the most
64.
remarkable legs we've ever seen here at the Super Series. If you haven't checked that out, do head to the social media channels to do so. Hands looks at tops.
Finish on the first leg, Dan Hands.
And he takes tops and takes the lead.
Second leg, Richie to through first. Game on. $60. One of them, 40.
Richie said that after today's play, he's going to go for a game of snooker.
Yeah, no surprise there.
60.
One of those people who just seems to be good at everything he turns his hand to, Richie Howson.
Yeah, very talented guy.
121.
Plays snooker at a high level. He's extremely good artist, great fisherman. I believe he's very handy around the house. He
One
can
of them, 40.
knock up a cabinet in next to no time. He could give you a run for your money there, Trina.
Yeah, but according to Lynn, his wife, you can't use
100.
a Hoover. Dropping in a minute there.
45. Daniel Carr, 140.
Sure, if he did pick one up, he'd be the best vacuumer in the country.
Absolutely. He
Well,
just
if-
needs to try it.
120.
Well, double 10 missed there by Dan. But he will be back for it. Potentially a 13-dart leg.
60. Daniel Carr, 20.
Yeah, to double his advantage. We might be seeing a little spell of shock score lines here.
No score. Richie Carr, 136.
Unless we can see that 1-3-6 again. We saw it at the end of the previous game. Can Howson find it here to level? He won't be taking it out. So Dan Hands will return. Looking at double 10 for a
96, Daniel
two-leg
Carr
cushion.
10.
He's wide the double 5 as well. So opportunity for Howson to hold his throw here. 2 10s.
20.
Opportunity not taken.
Daniel Carr 10.
Yeah, it was a decent attempt, but a miss is as good as a mile.
Big shot on the second leg, Dan Hands.
Puts Hands a mile in front. 2-0 up in a race to 4 and
Third leg,
throwing
Dan
for
to through
3-0.
first. Game on. $140.
Good start from Dan.
60.
And at the start, Howson would have wanted in this game. Did have the opportunity to level, miss 3 darts at double. That's 3 darts in treble for Hands, who is now tickling the ton mark in terms of the average in this encounter.
81.
Here is second of the match.
$140.
Yeah, very fluent, quick throw. Dan has.
I actually think he's kind of forced Richie
60.
to speed up a little bit in
Daniel
this one,
Carr,
and it might not
41.
suit him. Maybe playing a little bit more at his opponent's pace.
21.
Definitely sped up, hasn't he?
140. Daniel
Yeah.
Carr 20.
Absolutely. Just leaves himself 160, but will he return? No,
Big
he
shot on
won't.
the third leg, Dan Hands.
Dan pins that with his first dart. Takes a 3-0
Fourth leg,
lead.
Richie to through first.
And that
Game on.
13 dart leg acknowledged by Richie House, and that's the measure of the man. One of the good guys.
60.
Never heard anybody say a bad word about Richie Howson.
No, he's an absolute gent.
180.
That's the third maximum for Dan Hands.
Yeah, not very gentlemanly conduct from him, is it? Battering the treble 20, battering Richie
100.
Howson into submission here.
Well, again, another player that can do damage
82.
here to the top of the table. Would put himself level with Richie if he can
100.
take this match. And he's in a very comfortable position to do so.
Well, this is a flurry of
180.
magnificent maximums from Dan Hands. He's on for another superb leg of darts here. It was
59.
13 last
59.
time around. He could go out in 11 here to win with a whitewash. And he does it in a
Game show
dozen.
on the match, Dan
What a
Hands.
performance. What an absolutely astonishing win for Dan Hands over Richie Howson, who he beats 4-0. And he seemed to get better as the game went on. Legs of 15, 19, 13 and 12. An average of 101.9 in the performance of the day so far. Follow that, Danny Jansen and Tom Sykes.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophied. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just seen, hands down, the performance of the day so far. Dan Hands with a 4-0 victory over Richie Howson, and it's followed another kind of surprise result when Rowan Brewers got the better of Tom Sykes, the table topper at that point. Richie Howson had the opportunity to join Tom and Graham Usher on 10 points, but lost that game to Hands, who's now overtaken him in the league table and sits in third. And Danny Jansen
First leg,
is
Danny
now
to through
joint
first.
bottom on 4 points
Game
with
on.
his Dutch compatriot Rowan Brewers. Usher top at the moment, and Sykes will be hoping to recover from that
131.
unexpected defeat.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to get straight back on the horse, so to speak,
97.
and put that defeat behind him and move on.
58.
Well, we had a perfect leg in this fixture yesterday. That was when Danny Jansen delivered a wonderful 9-dart finish.
140.
And he won this match 4-1. So that was the only game that Sykes lost
99.
on Monday.
Yet another 180. Tom Sykes.
53. Tom McCart,
180s
84.
are flowing fast this week.
Yeah, certainly is racking them up.
62. Daniel Carr,
But is Jansen
160.
going to render it irrelevant and take out the checkout? He can't. Sykes will be back for double 11.
100. Tom McCart, 22.
Takes it with his first dart. And a breaker throw there as well. A 13-dart leg.
Tom to through first. Game
Tom
on.
Sykes. Meaning business.
If you're wondering how good a 13-dart leg is, it amounts to an average of
100.
115 and change.
180.
If you're wondering how good a 9 dart leg is. 167
85.
is the average for that. And Danny Jansen hit one yesterday against Tom Sykes, and he's about to do it again today.
180.
Oh, wow. Now then. I'm getting nervous again.
Are we going to have Dutch
57.
darting
Danny
deja
Calvin,
vu?
41.
Repeat perfection. We could have. Treble 19. Oh!
Danny, you're rubbish.
Unacceptable behaviour from
89.
Danny Jansen. Tom Sykes and Danny share a joke about that. Do you know what? I thought he was going.
I did. I did.
59. Daniel Carl, 52.
Tom would have got an inferior complex, wouldn't he, if he'd have done it to him again.
What is wrong with this man? Only does it
Show him the
against
second
me,
leg.
but he
Danny
does
Jansen.
level the score.
Settles for a
Third leg,
12.
Danny to throw
And
first.
there's a break
Game
back
on.
too, so all square. He's got to calm down.
And breathe.
93.
Yeah, great
60.
attempt. There again from Danny Jansen.
Something he likes about playing Tom Sykes.
140.
Did you ever have that, Trina? Just an opponent that you just felt really comfortable playing against? Not necessarily
59.
winning all the time, but just you always felt you were in the zone when you played them.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that would have been
128.
Francis Honsler for me. You know, always felt comfortable. We always had a good game, you know, whichever way it went.
140. Danny
And,
Carl, 140.
You know, they're the games that we really enjoyed.
100.
You often hear players say that the players that they favour playing are not the ones they beat all the time, they're the ones that they have the best battles with.
180. Danny Carl, 40.
Well, he's the 180 machine.
Being shown the third leg. Danny Jansen.
But Danny takes out tops.
Fourth leg, Tom to
Lead
through
2
first.
legs to
Game
1.
on.
And look at that. Every single leg completed in 13 darts or fewer.
96.
Danny Jansen at the moment, 108.23, and Tom Sykes, 100.27.
Game of the day, no doubt.
140.
Tom Sykes, despite playing really well in the last hour, could end up losing both fixtures in it.
45.
Yeah, his power scoring has been sensational.
Well, it's not just a treble 20 he can
171.
fill up, he can do it elsewhere as well.
39.
A great
Dominic
example
Carr,
of the power
94.
scoring that he's putting together today. So 94.
54.
Now just sets it up for when he returns.
$60. Dominic Carr, 40.
Well, it would be another 13 darter.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Tom Sykes.
And that incredible run continues. We haven't seen a worse leg yet.
Fifth leg, Danny to through first. Game on.
13, 12, 13 and 13 darts. That's incredible darts. So consistent.
134.
Sykes is upping his game.
45.
One bad visit can just be punished. And Jansen intends to do that.
140. $100.
Great guy, Danny Jansen. Good to be around. Positive. Of course, a winner on the PDC Pro Tour in that debut season as a tour card
54.
holder. Maybe at the moment just taking a step back to
59.
take 2 or 3 forward. But certainly a welcome addition to the Modus Super Series. And made his mark yesterday, certainly.
81.
Yeah, leaves himself 92 after 12.
Yeah, he's going to have to take it in one, Trina, to keep the run going.
35. Daniel Carr,
Yeah.
92.
Wonder if he's thinking that.
It would be something that had never been done before.
Absolutely.
52. $138. Daniel Carr, 40.
Tops then for Danny for a 3-2 lead.
Getting
Takes it
short
with
of
his
fifth
first
leg,
dart.
Danny Hansen.
Right in the corner of the double top.
6-leg Tom to through
It's
first.
an incredible
Game on.
match between these guys.
But everywhere you look, the stats are superb. Only one dart missed at double apiece.
One of them, 40. $91.
The only thing the game's really missing is a big checkout.
Oh, there's plenty of them. It's Tom's third.
96.
5 in all at the moment from these pair.
Yeah, plus we had the 171 from Sykes as well.
57.
Deserving of a decider.
60. Dominic Carr, 124.
Yeah, 1-2-4 for Sykes.
92.
Now sets it up. The double 16.
84. Dominic Carr, 32.
Well, I wonder.
No score.
A
Daniel
moment ago
Carr,
I said the only thing the match
170.
was missing was a big checkout.
He did indeed.
You don't get bigger than this. And it would have been huge in more ways than
105.
one.
Dominic Carr, 32.
And he find the double 16. That's covered. He's going to have to move.
Somebody call a locksmith. He's gone to Southampton to throw this one.
No score. Daniel Carr, 65.
Well, he really had blocked the bed, hadn't he? So chance now for Danny to take this match. 65 required.
And despite some brilliant play, Tom Sykes could be in trouble here. He's
Show
lost
the
his
match,
last
Danny
two
Jansen.
matches as Danny Jansen wins an absolute thriller. Threatened another perfect leg. Hit 7 perfect darts. A mop of the brow after an absolute drama with Tom Sykes. But it's drama here at the Super Series as Sykes has lost 2 games in a row and has sunk from the top of the table. Graham Usher, the big beneficiary, is back in action next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Get
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here in Portsmouth. Before the break, you said Danny Jansen defeat Tom Sykes 4-2 in an epic game. Some wonderful darts played where we've seen 3 180s from Sykes and a 171 and 2 maximums from Danny Jansen. That defeat means that Tom has slipped from the top of the table. Graham Usher is currently top and could increase
First
his
leg,
lead
Rohan to
here
third first. Game on.
with this match against Rohan Brewers. However, Rohan was proved to be dangerous in his previous match against Tom Sykes, defeating him.
64.
So we know how dangerous he can be.
100.
Graham will be well aware of the damage that he's done. We'll be trying
70.
not to fall victim to him as Tom Sykes did.
100. 60.
Of course, in that match against Tom Sykes, Rohan Brewers took out 147 and a 136 in that match. Some brilliant outshot scoring. Tom Sykes, the king of
93.
the 180s at the moment today. I did actually lose that match, so
137.
still all to play for.
140. Glenn McCall, 140.
140 then. Needs another one of them.
100.
To be this time. So chance for Brewers to hold his throw here on 74. Single 20 for tops then.
39.
Can't find it.
Graham
Deflects into the
40.
5. So actually now for tops.
Getting
Finds it
shot
with his
the leg,
first
Graham
start.
Usher.
Breaks the throw of Brewers and moves one leg ahead.
Second leg, Graham to through first. Game on. $100. 60. 45.
Oh, a bit of a loose start there from Graham Usher.
76.
And a bit of a recovery there with that second dart. But there's a maximum. Graham Usher, first of this match.
82.
Looking comfortable in this leg.
100.
He does find the treble 20 with his last dart to leave himself 76 when he returns.
$45. Graham McCarr, 76.
No pressure applied. So 76 for Graham. Double 8.
Game show on the
Takes it
second
in
leg.
the
Graham
second
Usher.
dart. Takes a 2-0 lead.
Third leg Rohan to through first. Game
It's a
on.
16 and a 14 dart leg, that one. 16 darts in the previous leg. Currently averaging 100.20.
80.
And a 2 out of 2 as well for Usher.
100.
He seems to be the big mover
39.
on what we call moving day, Graham Usher. If he can make it 3 wins
60.
out of 3, then he's going to take his points tally to 12 and he'll be outright top of the table when all the players have played 8 matches. And this is after
140.
losing his first 2 games yesterday.
Yeah, wasn't the best start for him, was it?
140.
Certainly not, but it will have been a 6 match winning streak since then.
140.
So I say it's about them games that you do lose. It's about putting them behind you and moving on and
85. Rohan Yakar, 102.
trying to improve throughout the day.
Yeah, all of his matches went to deciders yesterday. Brewers hoping
Game show on
to
the third leg. Rohan
force that kind of outcome today, and that's a great way to go about it.
Fourth leg Graham to through first. Game on.
Yeah, it's been dangerous today.
45.
It's proven to be the spoiler already in today's games.
I don't know about you, Trina, but I'm seeing 6 players in this group, all of whom
180.
are in with a shout of making it through to finals night by whatever route they take.
Yeah, it's tight, isn't it?
60.
The most you can have from a Group A is 5 out of the 6. We have seen that on occasion.
36. $64. $47.
It's the maximum coming in.
140.
Not quite. Doesn't leave a finish.
For those who aren't aware, the players coming in later in the week: Carl Coleman,
54.
Paul Hogan and Jason Heaver in Group B. Jamie Kelling, Anthony Allen and Carl Wilkinson in Group C.
125.
Yeah, some interesting groups there.
42. Rebecca, 67.
Actually now 67 for tops. And
Game
he
show on the
finds it.
fourth leg, Graham Usher.
Comfortably takes that leg 3-1.
Fifth leg,
And I
Rohan
think
to through
comfortable
first.
would be a
Game
great
on.
way to describe Graham Usher's day so far. Little drama. He's been perfect on the doubles in this one. A 4-1 win against Danny
97.
Anthony in his opener, then got a 4-2 success against Dan Hands, and is on course for a similar outcome here.
140. $85. $140.
A disappointment on his face there. He thought that that third was going to follow nicely into another
45.
treble 20.
$60.
Leaves himself a finish, 161 when he returns. Can Brewers pressure the shot?
100. Graham McCarr, 161. $65.
Yeah, takes off the 5 there to leave a 2-darter.
Well,
that's a good tick off there.
96.
Leaves himself top, so really pressurizes this 96, but double 18 now for Graham to take
60.
the match. Can't be found.
40.
So can Rowan throw a spanner in the works once more?
30. Graham McCarr, 36.
I've just got the sense that he rushed the last start a little bit.
No score. Rohan McCarr, 10.
Well, he has got the opportunity to get another leg on the board here. 2 5s, and he finds it with his first start. Holds his throw.
6 for Graham to third first. Game on.
Trails by 2 legs to 3. Graham now throwing for the match.
83. $97.
A reminder of the situation in the table. If Graham Usher does hold on to win this one, he will move
66.
on to 12 points. And that would see him after 8 games apiece, 2 clear of Tom Sykes in second. Dan Hans and
100.
Rich Housen in the middle of the pack, both on 8 points. Danny Jansen on 6, and Rohan Brewers would stay
96.
on 4 at the foot of that table.
$93.
Picks off that treble 18 nicely. The maximum now for Graham Usher. Leaves himself on 76 after 12.
59. Graham McCarr, 76.
So can Usher finish a job here?
72.
Not quite.
Rohan McCarr, 152.
And it wouldn't be the first time that Brewers has taken out a big finish if this were to go. But it won't go. Usher
45.
finally
Graham McCarr,
seal the deal.
4.
Double 2.
Getting shown
Finds
the match,
it,
Graham Usher.
wins it, carries on this streak of success. Graham Usher gets his 6th successive win, seeing off Rowan Brewers by 4 legs to 2. An average of 90. The finishing was brilliant at the start. It tailed off towards the end, but he does cross the line and moves clear at the top of the table. Danny Jansen takes on Dan Hans next.
Welcome back here to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we seen Graham Usher beat Rowan 4-2. So as Group A stands now, we have Graham on 12 points, Tom on 10, and third and fourth position 8 points, followed by Danny Jansen and Rowan Brewers. Taken to the hockey now is Danny Jansen and Dan Hans. Dan Hans was very impressive in his last game against Richie Howson, where he took a 4-0 victory with 101.90 average. And Danny Jansen, his last victory over Tom Sykes.
Let's take Danny to through first.
Yeah, and as you were just describing, Trina, that table is starting to just close up a little bit, and if Dan Hans wins, he'll be level on points with Tom Sykes, just 2 off top
100.
Graham Usher. And if Jansen wins it, he'll be level on points with Dan Hans and Richie Howson, just 2 behind Tom Sykes in second. So we could be going into tomorrow with potentially 4 or 5 runners to win this group.
Yeah, it's very nip and tuck.
85.
And tomorrow, of course, will be the day where some of the players will be thinking when it gets to the nitty-gritty about their leg difference and you know, the difference that could make between them winning Group A or their positioning within Group B or C.
41.
Yeah, Dan Hans did himself a big favour with that 4-0 win over Richie Howson to
95.
get himself into the positive.
Jansen
28.
here
Daniel Carr 81.
on 81 for a hold of throw.
41.
Leaves himself tops when he returns. All Dan can do is trying to apply pressure.
40.
Would have liked more than that. So tops now for Danny.
Gains
Takes
on
with
the
his
first leg,
second
Danny
dart,
Jansen.
double 10 found. Leads by 1 leg to 0.
Second leg down to through first. Game on.
Great start to the leg for Dan Hans. Maximum found. First of the match.
134.
Yeah, and he really did pick up the maximum hitting in his previous game. That's perfectly pitched. Come on, then. Oh.
140. $47.
Are we getting greedy this week?
I just think there's something in the air, Trina. I really do think there's going to be another one coming.
91.
It would be nice if they waited till Saturday night, because we've never had
100.
one in front of
Daniel
a
Carr, 90.
live lounge audience.
$50.
We didn't really think about that until the second dart, did he? No harm done.
Now we'll return
78.
to tops.
Daniel Carr, 40.
So to level the match.
Gains on the
Tops is
second leg,
found.
Dan Hans.
And a 13 dart leg there from Dan Hans.
Third leg Danny to through first. Game on. $70. $41. $45. $96.
Finds a treble 19 with his last dart.
$100.
Remaining
43.
fixtures after this, Richie Howson versus Rohan Brewers. Sykes against Usher, that really has become vitally important for Tom Sykes now. Brewers takes
98.
on Janssen, Hands against Sykes, and Usher ends his day with a battle against Richie the Owl Howson.
45.
A disappointing visit there from Dan Hands,
140.
and it's punished.
Danica 48.
Well, it's the maximum to leave himself 96 should he return. Double 16 required by
Getting shot on the
Danny,
third
and
leg,
he
Danny
finds it.
Jansen.
His third dark and takes a
Fourth leg
2-1
down to
lead.
first. Game on. $100. $85.
Bit of shoulder in that last start from Danny Jansen. Just pushing it a little bit.
140. $60.
Yeah, I'm starting to think we need to watch Dan Hands with interest here. He's won 2 of his 3 matches. This could become 3 out of 4 if he turns this around. And he's climbing up that table.
100.
He's in a good position in this leg. Ooh, just holds
58.
back. Has a think before he releases his dart. Leaves himself a finish. $179 required.
96. Danica 154.
Well, he's found the wrong treble
47.
twice there.
Danica 160.
Slips out of his hands.
$90. Danica 107.
Might be back in his hands if he takes this out. 107, 87. But now
47.
Jansen has a
Danica
real
70.
opportunity.
Tops then for a 3-1
Each on the
lead.
fourth leg, Danny Jansen.
Finds it with his third dart. Break of throw
Fifth leg,
as
Danny
well
to
there
through
for
first.
Danny
Game
Jansen.
on.
Throw in for the match.
One of them, Folksy. $42. $55.
Well, that score from Dan Hans not punished by Danny Jansen.
45.
And then Dan can't do any better.
59.
Bit of a tentative leg here.
30.
So what I think I've noticed, I don't know if it's just a trick of my mind, Trina, but because of the pace of play,
57.
is Paul Hinks calling the scores faster?
Okay.
60.
Possibly.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
That is a little trait of referees that
58.
people don't think about, but they do adjust their calls to the pace of play in matches.
60. Daniel Carr 132.
Ah, this would be superb. Not going to happen.
60.
Well, he does have time on his hands.
91.
You're
Daniel
learning.
Carr 72. Getting shown the match, Danny Hansen.
Pins the double 12 to take the match. 4-1 victory there for Danny Hansen against Dan Hans. Averages there 83.40 for Danny Hansen, 78.38 for Dan Hans. 2 maximums within that match. And as we go into the next match, we have Richie Howson and Rohan Brewers.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, your home of 24/7 darts. We've got some fantastic content coming your way today, but we've still got 5 more matches to bring you live, and it starts with Richie Howson taking on Rohan Brewers. Both of them have won 1 of their 3 fixtures so far today. The same return for Tom Sykes, who started the day top of the table, finds himself second, but Richie Howson, he's now in 5th place despite having 8 points from as many matches. However, a win here, he could soar to joint second with Sykes. But Brewers has been a danger today, and he, of course, did beat Tom Sykes earlier
Looks
on.
like Richie to through first. Game
Richie
on.
Howson suffered a 4-0 defeat to Dan Hans, so I think we've given up trying to predict what's going to happen, Trina. We'll just sit back and enjoy the action.
Yeah, exactly that.
60.
It's typical idea of swings and roundabouts at the moment.
60. $140.
Bit of a deflection there, but 140 is very good for Richie Howson to just
45.
immediately get a hold on this opening leg on throw. You really will want to bounce back from that defeat. He's been in the practice room for 3 matches since. Probably the worst timing, really.
60.
Yeah, and I'm sure because of the 4-0 defeat, he would have been on the practice board rather than sitting and chilling.
66.
Many more like that, and it might be darts rather than snooker this afternoon.
140.
Good couple of reds there, though, from House and Mind.
He leaves himself on 101.
58. Richie Carr 101.
Well, this is the type of checkout that's seen Richie Howson have so much success in seniors darts. He finishes these for breakfast.
77.
Couldn't quite clear the plate on that occasion.
He will be back.
125. Richie Carr 24.
A 2 treble visit to leave himself a finish. But 24 now. 2 6s.
Getting shown the first leg.
He
Richie
takes
Howson.
it with his second dart. 17 dart leg there.
Second leg
for
Rohan to
Richie
third
Howson.
first. Game on.
And a hold of throat.
Yeah, slower
95.
start from Brewers this time. You don't really know what quite to expect with him. Consistently inconsistent.
Yeah, he's taken out some magical shots though today
60.
against Tom Sykes. And a 147 and a 136 as well. It's proven to be dangerous.
82.
And he's capable of upsetting the apple cart. I'm sure still.
$100.
Yeah, well, a couple of things happen, don't they? You get more confidence, but also
96.
your opponents get more focused against you because they realise that it might not be as straightforward as we thought to beat this player.
Yeah, they see what a danger he's becoming, and they won't be taking him lightly, that's for sure.
$96.
And he'll return for 132.
59. Rohan Yakar 132.
Known as the champagne shot. Can he pop the cork? No.
60. Richie Carr 142.
So chance for Richie. Treble 20 is required, not found. So Rohan will be back for the 72.
60. Rohan Yakar 72.
Tops then.
32. Richie Yakar 82.
We'll start on the ball. Well, that's a 2, so tops. There's 1.
62.
And it wasn't terribly
Rohan Yakar
placed
40.
for Richie Howson, but he could not land a bedfellow.
Yeah, good effort. 2 10s, 2 5s now for Brewers, and he
shown the
finds it
second
with his
leg.
third
Rohan
dart.
Brewer.
Levels the match at 1 apiece.
Third leg Richie to third first. Game on.
Game's going to throw at the moment.
$100. 59.
This is beautiful.
140.
I think he expected to fill it up there.
Yeah, they were sat perfectly in the bed for the third to follow. Here comes Rohan.
180.
Fires in a maximum. The first of the match. That's 32 maximums for today only. We had 51 yesterday.
97.
Yeah, we've got to be somewhere near a threat of record territory.
140.
I've got my best man on the job, Trina. I'm going to try and
164.
double check what that record is for a Group A.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out, wouldn't it?
100. Rohan Yokar 122.
What about a 1-2-2 finish? Treble 18. Yes. Single or treble? No.
Slips into the treble 4.
82. Rich Yokar 64.
And it just gives Richie Howson an opportunity here to keep the advantage in this one. Double 16.
32.
Can't
Rohan
find
Yokar
it.
40.
Break on the cards.
Yeah, tops required. 2 10s. 2 5s then.
35.
Well, he
Rich
picked it
Yokar
off last time,
32.
but can't manage to do it this time. So, chance now for Richie to hold his throw on double 16.
Getting
Finds it
shot
with
the
his
third
second
leg,
dart
Richie
and does
Howson.
indeed hold his throw. Leads by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg Rohan to through first. Game on.
Well, he knows he's got more gears to go through, Richie Howson.
85.
But he'll want to at least put himself in the picture come tomorrow. If he can beat Rohan here and get the better of Graham Usher in the last game, there's every chance he could be
140.
level at the top of the table. Don't forget Usher's remaining games are against Howson and Sykes. The 2 that he lost yesterday.
41.
Yeah, and that will be in his back of his mind as well. You know, be wanting to get revenge, but also he'll know that they beat him yesterday.
58.
That Sykes Usher battle is coming next, so don't go anywhere.
60.
Starts on the 19s here.
57. $77.
Picks off that treble 19 nicely with his second dart after a disappointing first. And Howson piling on the pressure here.
140. $59. Rich Yokar 106.
106 on offer. Treble 18. Can't be located.
66.
But that's a good rescue act in the end to tee up tops on his return.
Yeah, and all Rohan can do here is
135.
pressurise, and he
Yokar
does so.
40.
So tops now for Howson for a 3-1 lead. 2 10s.
20.
Can't find
Rohan
it. So
Yokar
opportunity now
44.
for Brewers to level the match.
Yeah, it's been uncharacteristic this from Richie Howson on the outer ring. He's struggling. Finishing legs off, 2 out of 10 only.
Getting
And he
shown the
is
fourth leg,
punished
Rohan Brewers.
by Rohan Brewers, who levels up at 2-2.
Fifth leg Richie to through first. Game
8
on.
missed starts at double. Howson could have had this match won. But the big West Ham fan in this game is forever blowing doubles.
Very good, Murph.
100.
Can he change that, or are we going to see Brewers have another key victory here?
134.
Well, that's a good start to the leg for Brewers.
100.
Richie picking out that treble 20 with his last start there.
96. 41.
Doesn't look happy, Richie Howson. And there's a real opportunity here for Brewers to take the initiative against the throw.
45.
That opportunity is not taken.
Oh, that is unlucky. Needed to at least land the big 20 to leave himself a finish. Slips into the treble 50, the treble 5.
97.
However, big pressure here.
110. Rohan Yukar,
Leaves himself 55.
129.
But chance now for Brewers to take out the 129. Needs the treble 20 for the bullseye.
97.
Well, he's left it
Richard
okay,
Carr,
and the way that
55.
Richie Howson's been finishing or not finishing legs, as the case may be, will be a cause for optimism for his opponent here. It's only one dart double on this occasion.
35.
And again,
Rohan
the
Yukar,
chance
32.
gets away from Howson, and a Brewers break is in prospect.
Can you see it? Oh,
Getting
what a
shown the fifth
dart.
leg, Rohan Brewers.
What a dart. Manages to thread that through.
6 leg Rohan to
Bit of
through
deflection
first. Game
in
on.
his favour this time.
Yeah, kind of threw it at the dart that was just outside, and it flicked it into the tram lines.
135.
The Dutchman is doing some damage today.
He is indeed, isn't he? Turning out to be the spoiler of the group.
100.
Yeah, beat Tom Sykes
125.
earlier today.
Yeah,
100.
4-3 victory. That. Of course, that was the game where he took out 2 magical finishes. Brewers bangs in a 180 to leave himself 61 after 9.
60. Rohan Yukar, 61.
So for the match, double 18, double 9, and just
43.
wires it, but he will be back.
$140. Rohan Yukar, 18.
Double 9, double 4 for the
Each on the
match,
match,
and he
Rohan
takes
Brewers.
it. It's a 4-2 victory there for Rowan Brewers. Does some damage again. Averages there for Richie Howson 85.35, Rowan Brewers 82.33. 2 maximums for Rowan in that, 4 out of 16 and 2 out of 11 for Richie. Coming up next, we have Tom Sykes and Graham Usher.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
required
gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back here to the Modus Super Series, here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we see Rohan Brewers defeat Richie Howson 4 legs to 2. It's turning out to be the spoiler of the day. And as we go into match number 12, we have Tom Sykes against Graham Usher. And this really is a telling tale
Let's take
here.
Tom to through first.
It leaps off the page, doesn't
Game
it, this
on.
fixture? Every day it's one that I'm looking forward to. When they met yesterday, it went the distance, 4-3 to Tom Sykes in the end.
96.
But today they flip-flopped in the table. Sykes had the lead, but Usher, the only unbeaten
100.
player so far on Tuesday, is 2 points clear of Tom going into this one. So either he will increase that margin to 4, which will be difficult to catch,
139.
with the games getting fewer and fewer remaining, or they will be tied on 12 going into
60.
the last fixtures of the day.
Yeah, Tom has had a 3-game break here. So
174.
is that going to work for him or against him?
3-game break, but after losing his last 2.
140. Tom McCann, 92.
So, 88.
84.
I have to say, he didn't play badly, did he, at all, in that last defeat to Danny Jansen. It was a great game.
140.
It
Tom
was
McCann,
indeed,
8.
and he's come out all guns blazing in this. The double
Finish
4
on the
he
first leg,
takes.
Tom Sykes.
Takes the first leg, holds his throat. Leads by 1 leg to 0.
First. Game on.
One of those players, Tom Sykes, who really is the kind of poster boy for
140.
progress at the Modus Super Series. First appeared as an ADC qualifier, having been successful in his local area. Got the call-up, did extremely well.
51.
Now gets invites every series. Group A, every series. And he's made
140.
it to not 1, but 2 Champions Night finals.
Well, that's the magic, isn't it, of the Modus Super Series. It's given players the opportunity
96.
to grow their game.
Graham Usher, of course, also made it to the big money match in the very first series.
140.
Everyone remembers the winner, Conan Whitehead, but did you all recall that Graham Usher was the runner-up that night?
131. Going to count 81.
Well, he finds the double 6 with his last dart. A 12 dart leg there by Graham Usher. A 13 dart leg previous to that by Tom Sykes. And this is proving to be a magical game.
Well, here we go.
125.
From Graham Usher. Sykes smirks as he looks to back up his maximum with another
177.
Well, not the 180, but the 177, and that leaves the 144. Many people regard it as the easier route.
But you've got 2 targets in the same place. So 2 treble 20s. Finds the first. Can't find the second. It's just above. It's a great effort from Tom.
128.
What a dart. To leave himself 16 when he returns.
Well, the way these guys are going, we could have 9 dart finishes every day this week.
140.
10 will do very nicely indeed.
Game shot on the third leg.
11 in the end. What an effort from Sykes, who leads 2-1.
4th leg Graham to 3 first. Game on.
11, 12 and 13 dart legs and astronomical averages to go with them.
83.
Yeah, look at them averages there.
60.
113 and 115.
121.
Absolutely sublime. Even the 60 before was brilliant, wasn't it? They were
60.
all resting on the top wire.
A disappointing visit there, but he can be forgiven, I suppose.
93.
Yeah, it's happened in a leg where he's got a little bit of a buffer anyway, so still on course to level the match here, Graham Usher.
100.
And he is first to a finish.
And look how close they were, tightly packed in, almost in the same hole.
140. Tom Carr 108.
Well, this could be the tide turner. What a dart that is. Absolutely tremendous.
76.
He can't find the double.
16.
Double 4 then.
Game
And he finds it with his second dart. Levels the match. 2 apiece.
5th leg Tom to 3 first. Game on.
Well, if you're not loving this, you haven't got a heart. What a game of darts.
100.
Still both players averaging way up towards 110 mark.
135.
Forget towards it.
180.
What a match this is proving to be. Look at them averages there, 112 and 111.
93.
2 apiece. It couldn't get any tighter.
Graham Usher's yet to have a 3 treble visit in this match.
180.
As if he heard you.
Sykes had 5 before that. Usher joins the party. Treble 20 would give Sykes a shot at the bullseye. Oh, yes!
Fifth leg, Tom Sykes.
Stop it! Just stop it!
6 leg Graham to
It's getting ridiculous.
Game on.
What have they been eating today?
Wow.
100.
128 check out. The ton top of this game was missing. Look at those numbers. And they've got to change now.
180.
Well, that's the 4th maximum for Tom Sykes in this match.
He's also had 2 scores of
100.
170 plus as well. That's 6. 3 treble visits.
60.
Average of 114, 113.18. No guarantee that he'll win the game because Graham Usher is in exactly the same postcode.
140.
He's right behind him. Leaves himself 161. And that's pressure applied.
Well, this could go down as an all-time Modus Super Series classic.
121.
Is it going to be won with a second ton topper in as many legs? Treble 17. Another bull.
96.
Not quite.
Graham Car 106.
He's got the line, not the weight. So 106 for Graham. Finds the treble. Finds the double. My word, what a match this is. 3-3.
7th and
We
final
go
leg, Tom
into
to
the
through first.
deciding
Game
leg
on.
with Tom throwing first.
Anything you can do, I can do.
91.
Sykes gets the 3-figure checkout. Usher responds in kind. The pair of them are both averaging 112.
140.
That's got up for Usher by a point.
96.
And in terms of standard, in terms of quality, this has to be up there as one of the greatest games we've ever seen
100.
on the Live Lounge stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with that. What a match this is.
100.
There has to be a loser. Somebody will leave this game with no points.
Somebody will
83.
leave this game absolutely gutted that they've played that well and not got the result.
And Sykes is making his move here, looking for what would be
174.
another 3 treble visit. He's had 7 of them now in this match, and that one tees up tops for the win.
This is super darts here. Quality through and through.
40.
Well, if you were watching
Dominic 40.
Luke Humphries, Luke Littler, Michael Van Gerwen, you'd be rightly waxing lyrical. This match has been a match for any of those names.
35.
But here's the twist in the tail. Not the good darts, but the missed doubles. As Usher gets a shot at 138. Where's he going? He stayed there. He couldn't find it. And Sykes now needs 5 in bits.
Double 2 for the match. Oh,
1.
And it
Glenn
is
McCall,
so
40.
close.
He did everything right until the end.
20.
And how on earth
4.
has such a glorious encounter ended like this?
It's so nervy. And it's double 2, double 1
Getting shot in the
for
match,
Tom
Sykes.
Sykes, and he takes the match 3 legs to 1. What a fantastic match that was. An incredible amount of scoring, takeouts, averages there. 105.23 for Tom, 105.78 for Graham. Just an incredible match. 4 maximums for Tom, 1 for Graham. And that was just brilliant. After the break, we take Rowan Brewers and Danny Jansen.
Well, what a day's darts and what a game we just witnessed. Tom Sykes 4, Graham Usher 3, a Super Series classic, both players averaging over 105 in a sensational showdown which went the way of Sykes. And actually the bigger context means that Tom Sykes is now level with Graham Usher at the top of the table. That was almost forgotten in the quality of the tie, but it is now 12 points apiece between the Yorkshire pair. And they both have one more game to play today. Sykes will take on Dan Hands. Usher will face Richie Howson, but next up it's a Dutch duel between Rowan Brewers and Danny Jansen. Jansen can move just behind the top two as well. If he gets a win here, he could be on 10 points, which would be a nice haul for him at the end of the day. He's enjoying his week so far. His shirt looks like it's on fire, and he has been on fire at times. That 9-dart finish yesterday, almost at another one today. Tom Sykes threatened one in the previous match.
Game on.
We've got 3 more games to go, Trina, to see if somebody can repeat that feat of perfection.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me, to be fair, the amount of power scoring that we've seen over these last couple of days.
81.
And some great outshots as well.
57.
Currently on 88 maximums over the 2 days.
96.
Yeah, we've been trawling through the record books. We found a Group A where there were 133 in 3 days.
135.
And that was Champions. That was a Champions Week as well in Series 8. So it just goes to show how good this group has been. Still just trying to get that verified. I say we, I mean our helpful producer Robbie.
99.
Beavering away. But yeah, 133. It's very much catchable, that, isn't it?
It is indeed, yes. We had 51 yesterday, so
43.
I mean, even if we didn't get another 180 today, somewhere in the 40s, and it's going to be there or thereabouts tomorrow. And this won't be a 180, I feel certain.
Well, one would hope not.
137. Daniel Carr, 167.
Although he wouldn't have bust it, but this is on.
139.
Well, recovers well this last start. A chance now for Brewers to take out this 66. Finds the double two.
Rohan Brewers.
Takes out the 66. Not the way he would have
Second
preferred to have gone, but he's
taking
it out none the least.
Yeah, interesting throw he's got, Rowan Brewers. Wouldn't mind
118.
A wider look at that, because when it comes to the last start,
39.
quite often it seems sort of more nonchalant than the other two.
100.
See the sort of full process there, and even the second one there, he just went almost carelessly.
59.
Don't you find that the Dutch players tend to throw like that though as well?
125.
Yeah, I mean,
as a rule.
Most of them like to throw it like with all 3 darts. He's sort of got a measure in his first dart, but then the following 2 just go, don't they? Gary Anderson, I suppose, does that, doesn't
60.
he?
Yeah.
Daniel Carr,
Different way.
158.
It's just
45.
one-sighter and then sort of machine gun style darts.
140. Daniel Carr, 113.
Jansen, though, here looking to level. 113. Treble 19, double 18.
95.
I didn't find it this time, but he will be back for double 9. Brewers
59.
just looking to
Daniel Carr,
pressure.
18.
Would have liked more there. Double
Each
9
on the
he
second leg,
finds.
Danny Jansen.
Levels the match at 1 apiece.
Third leg Rohan to through first. Game on.
Pair have been
60.
going around together this week. Jansen, of course, has been here before, showing
180.
Brewers the sights Portsmouth. And that's a great sight, isn't it? Danny Jansen starting a leg with a maximum.
81.
Yep, we've seen it before. Not to be this time.
I think you were right earlier,
40.
Trina. Maybe we are getting a little bit greedy.
Yeah. It's great to see his commentators, though, isn't it?
140.
Absolutely. 19 of them here at the Super Series. That's just at the Live Lounge, by the way. Before we became the Super Series, there were 9
125.
darters hit in Southampton. Famously, James Richardson against his own son.
That's just bullying, that is.
80. Daniel Carr, 156.
Danny Van Tripe, I remember, hit one there. Martin Adams, Richie Burnett.
60. Rohan Carr, 140.
Well, he's been taking out these big shots. Not to be this time.
Graham Usher himself had one. I believe that was our
82.
good
Daniel
friend and
Carr,
colleague Henry
96.
Deacon's first 9-darter in the books. 91 here for Janssen. Good rescue. Tops.
56.
Over the
Rohan
top.
Carr, 58.
Chance for Brewers then to hold his throw here. Tops required. 2 10s.
48.
That's
Daniel
a little
Carr,
way away.
40.
It's an opportunity now for Janssen to break the throw.
Game shot on the
Finds the
third
2
leg, Danny
10s with his
Jansen.
third dart. Breaks the throw of Brewers.
Fourth leg, Danny to through first.
Moves
Game
into
on.
the lead.
I think you inadvertently came up with an anagram then, Trina.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? It's just my mind wanders
55.
in wrong directions.
41.
I was thinking of Google browsers, you know.
Well, we'll clear the browser and get back on
100.
with the game, which Janssen leads. And we said how important it could be. Look, looking at the final fixtures, I mean, if
59.
Tom Sykes and Graham should play like they did in the last game, then you'd expect them to win. But Dan Hans has had a good day today, and Richie Howson will be determined not to let his chance slip. So
84.
let me just paint some possible permutations. If Janssen wins this, Hans beats Sykes and Howson beats Usher, then we'll have 2 players on 12 points and 3 players on 10 going into tomorrow.
41.
Yeah, it can really get quite confusing.
85.
I'd say the permutations go one way one moment and elsewhere the next.
Yeah, just 2 points could separate 5 players. Remember, only one from this group
125.
will qualify for finals night.
136.
The others will go and play in groups B and C Thursday and Friday.
46. Daniel Carr, 96.
A chance for Danny then to go 3-1 ahead.
56.
Not to be this time.
Rohan Carr, 90.
Treble 20. Still the target. And now double 5.
80. Daniel Carr, 40.
Tops then.
Game shot
And
on
he
the fourth
takes
leg,
with his
Danny
first
Jansen.
start. Goes into a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg run to through first. Game on.
Well, you know what? When I saw Danny Jansen playing his first game of the day, he was starting on the 19s. He was struggling
43.
for a good part of that, and his second match as well. He lost both of them, but he has really turned it around, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got better as the day's gone on.
140.
Just maybe a reminder to do his stretches when he wakes up tomorrow morning.
96.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're playing here all week, it's your arm does get tight.
60.
And it is important to stretch off your muscles.
42.
It's the same as any other sport, you know. Quite easily to pull one.
55.
There aren't many sports where the same action is so repetitive.
55.
No, indeed.
41.
Closing in on the win then, Danny Jansen to end the day with 3 wins from 5 matches, having lost the first 2 of those. And that will help him.
$59.
He does leave himself a finish.
57. Daniel Carr, 146.
And so does Brewers, but he will have a pop at it.
Rohan Carr, 170.
He has taken out some big shots today, so can't be done this time. Just sneaks into the treble 5.
95. Daniel Carr, 48.
Double 16.
Game shown
Danny
Danny
Jansen
Jansen
ends Tuesday with a win against his fellow Dutchman, Rowan Brewers, who will remain at the foot of the table, but Jansen now is breathing down the necks of the top 2, Graham Usher and Tom Sykes, after that 4-1 success against his compatriot. And Sykes is next to the stage. He takes on Dan Hands after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy.
£25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the penultimate match of today's thrilling Group A action. And Tom Sykes, well, he has been producing many of the thrills. A stunning display in a 4-3 win against Graham Usher a couple of games ago. Has seen him level Usher at the top of the table on 12 points. His opponent here, Dan Hans, has won half of his matches today, and if he can beat Sykes here, then that would see him move on to 10 with Danny Jansen and ensure there would be just 2 points between the top 4. That could become 2 between the top
58.
5 if Richie Howson get the better of Graham Usher in this afternoon's curtain closer.
85. 85. 140. 81. 96.
His maximums today have just been absolutely superb.
47.
Today alone, he has hit 10.
Ironically, as you say that, he's left 180.
100. 60. Tom McCart 80.
Bit of interest.
60.
Well, what about a maximum finish?
170.
Well, it's on. The bullseye. Oh!
Getting shown the first leg, Dan Hans.
Right, Dan Hans, a 170 outshot.
Second leg, Tom through first. Game on.
An absolutely sensational shot from Dan Hans. He's taken a few
91.
blows today, hasn't he, Tom Sykes?
He has. He's seemed to have the players
42.
play their best against him.
Maximum checkout 170.
60.
We were chatting, weren't we, about the 180s in this group before this match. 90 have been hit this week. Sorry, 91.
180.
Right on cue, Murph.
The record was right, the one we were referring to. 92.
180.
133 for the week, and that was in Champions Week of Series 8. And
100.
5 of the
Tom
top
McCart,
6
170.
tallies, as Tom Sykes looks to respond, he can't. 5 of the top 6 180 tallies for Group A campaigns have been in Champions Weeks.
Wow.
85.
That's how good this group has been. And we reckon the record could be there for the taking.
41. Tom McCart 85.
85. He sneak it in.
Getting shown the second leg, Tom Sykes.
Uses the barrel of the other dart. Just deflects
Third leg, Dan
into
first.
the
Game
double
on.
14. Levels the match at 1 apiece.
Instead, he's taken some knocks as well, but he's rolled with the punches, hasn't he, Tom Sykes? Never seems to be affected by whatever his opponent does against him.
100.
No, he's been playing well, so he'll... You know, you're not in control of what your opponent does against you, are you? As long as you're happy with your own game. And there's 93.
Yeah, so we're only, 41 now between the now and the end of tomorrow. And the record will be
100.
beaten.
Yeah, it's incredible.
$32.
And they've got more than that both days so far. So
100.
very much on course to be the biggest maximum hitting Group A in Super Series history.
96. Tom McCart,
Which means, Trina, more chances at more 9 darters.
Indeed.
Well, this is still on.
Well,
85.
leaves himself double 18 when he returns. And if he pins it first dart, it'll be a 13 dart leg.
That looks useful.
Getting
And
shot on
he
the third
uses
leg,
it
Tom Sykes.
to break the throw and lead 2-1. And he's once again up in the
Fourth leg,
three
Tom to third
figures
first. Game on.
in terms of his average. He's basically carried on where he left off against Graham Usher.
100. $43. 100. 81. 57.
A loose start there from Dan Hans. Recovers well with his second.
80.
He's unlucky with his third. Takes a deflection into the treble 5.
$60.
Final game, Usher against
100.
Howson. That'll be the end of the afternoon's action. We will have wall-to-wall content, as always.
140.
The Modus Super Series channel, dedicated darts channel on Pluto TV.
44. Tom Car 44.
Following this is going to be an international pairs teammates face-off.
12. Daniel Carr 153.
Chance for Dan then. 153. Not to be this time.
117.
Recovers well.
Tom Car 32.
16 then for Tom to take a 3-1 lead.
No score.
Oh, you can't
Daniel
find
Carr,
it.
36.
Right on the wire. So Dan, double 18 to level the match.
18. Tom Car 32. Getting shot on the fourth leg.
Very,
Tom
very
Sykes.
well crafted. Had to bend it around
Fifth
the
leg down
dart
to through first. Game
outside
on.
the double. Big deep breath before getting ready for the final leg. Hans has the darts, but Sykes has the healthy advantage.
Yeah, it was a cracking dart there from Tom. Moves across the hockey and
43.
opens up the bed.
One of them 40. $60. 60.
Unlucky 60 that. Well grouped.
Was indeed. Right on the top
100.
of the wire as well.
$55.
Yep. Bit of a slow leg this one.
134.
As he hits 134.
Well, the question may be whether he can hit 164 because Tom Sykes
164.
has put himself on the precipice of victory here. And he's not going to take out the biggie.
124.
But
Tom
he does leave it handy.
106.
Does indeed, but it might be too late. Double 18.
Game
For
shot
the
on
match.
Tom Sykes.
Pins it. Takes out 4-1 victory over Dan Hans there for Tom Sykes. Dan Hans 80.93 average. And Tom's 90.91. 2 maximums for Tom, 1 for Dan. 4 out of 14 for Tom and 1 out of 4 for Dan Hans. Coming up that next, the final game of today, Graham Usher against Richie Howson.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Gay
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
got out the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back for one last fixture today, and what a day it's been. We've seen some really wonderful stuff, including a 170 checkout in the previous match. It ended up being the only checkout that Dan Hands would get against Tom Sykes. So Sykes, with that win, moves to 14 points in the table, and it could be as you were unless Graham Usher responds here. Usher, if he can beat Richie Howson, which he failed to do yesterday, would join Tom Sykes on 14 points. If Howson wins, then he moves on to 10 with Danny Jansen and keeps his own fate hopes alive. So big game for the pair of them. Myself, Chris Murphy,
Game on.
and Trina Gulliver will guide you through what we expect to be another really good game of darts.
30. $140.
That's a good start there from Richie Howson.
55.
Disappointing first 3 from Graham Usher. And his next 3 weren't much better. And Richie really looking to punish
140.
2 140 visits there from Howson.
Usher just taking his time to approach Yoki. Didn't really benefit from it.
81.
Well, Graham's had a 2-game break.
100.
Richie, you're 3.
180. Richie Carr, 121.
Can't find
83.
the ball.
Graham Carr, 155.
Well, just looking to leave it handy.
97. Richard Carr, 38.
Hoping that Howson won't take out this 38. Decides to split. Double 8 now. And he takes it with his third dart to take the first leg of this match. The breaker throw there as well. It's a 15 dart leg from Howson.
Yeah, and it just would make things interesting.
100. $96.
If Richie Howson were to win this match, then things would be very, very tasty going into tomorrow. I think there'd be 4 runners.
97.
Tom Sykes obviously would be favourite, having won his final game. That put him on 14 points at the end of the day. Graham Usher would remain on 12. Danny Jansen's finish a day on 10. But a win here for Richie Howson would also see him get to 10, meaning there'd only be 4 points between the top 4. For me, all of those players would be in contention to
100.
win this group. Dan Hans on 8 points, probably just a bridge too far for him. And then Rohan Brewers at the foot of the
60.
field on 6. Would you agree, Trina? If Howson wins this, then he's still got designs on winning the group?
Yeah, I do. I do agree with you there. Yes, it's... yeah, it can all be possible.
100. $45. Richie Carr, 104.
Graham really not finding his targets at the moment in this match.
Getting shown the second leg.
Richie certainly finding his.
Yeah, takes out 104 then.
Third leg, Graham to through first.
I've worked it out, Trina. He must have heard my comment earlier saying that if he loses again, he's got to play darts and not snooker afterwards.
Haha, that's what it was.
He wants to get on the bays.
30.
Yeah, not the board, the bays.
That's Graham Usher feeling slightly snookered here because he's had the opposite day from yesterday. He lost his first 2 and then won his following 3
45.
on Monday. He's won his first 3 today and he's on course to lose his last 2. Despite averaging 105 in one of them.
I was going to say, it's hard to...
100.
It's hard to say you've lost that game, isn't it, really? With 105. It's just, yeah, an incredible match that was.
Yeah, but ended with a little bit of nervousness, didn't it? Both of them missing doubles in that decider.
It did indeed. It's,
131.
Not surprising, though. It was who held their nerve,
95.
wasn't it, at the end?
Yeah, it's going to be a big day tomorrow. Somebody will get through in this
85.
really difficult group. And we've got a wonderful Champions Week lineup already. Finals night on Saturday, we'll get our 8th name
140.
on that roll of honour for Series 11. I'll just remind you of that lineup so far during the next leg, but this one could be coming to its conclusion as Usher looks for another. Couldn't quite manage it.
96. Richard Carr, 122.
Just leave himself tops if Richie don't take out this 1-2-2. Well, it's still on. It's not now. But
86.
does recover well with the treble 18. Top cent for Graham. Finds double 10.
Graham Usher.
Gets a leg on the board.
Fourth leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the Champions Week lineup so far. This is a provisional Group A, so the top 6 in the averages. In fact, Shane McGurk's confirmed in Group A, the WDF World Champion. Currently on course to be joined by Jimmy Vansky, Scott Taylor, John O'Shea, Adam Gavlas and Jeff Smith. And Andy Hamilton
100.
also through. He will play in either Group B or C.
Some lineup that is, isn't it?
On course for me to be one of the best we've ever seen.
91. $81. $100.
Well, leaves himself 170. Here comes Graham.
125.
Find the maximum.
Well, we said he's a good fisherman, didn't we?
He's not going to reel it in this time.
Yeah, didn't take the bait. We saw Dan Hans
60.
manage it in the last match. And he's only chipped 60 off there. There could yet be a way back for Usher in this leg.
75 required.
137. Richard Carr, 110.
I can't find the treble 18. So
41.
Usher, a
Graham Carr,
chance at 58 to level the match.
Double top to do so.
Game shown the
Yes,
fourth
sir.
leg. Graham
2-2.
Usher. Fifth leg, Graham to through
All
first.
square
Game
in
on.
this final match of the day.
$55. $96.
He finds that treble 19 quite nicely with his second dart.
Something you notice, you probably notice it more when you say a
60.
left-hander play a right-hander, but almost invariably, dart players will retrieve their darts with the opposite hand, the one they don't throw with.
99.
Yeah, that is true.
I've been known, there's lots of metal around, isn't there? Been known to maybe just get a little cut off the dartboard or from a point of a dart or something. You don't want that on your throwing hand.
Oh, exactly that. And I think that's it's more natural, I think, for a
58.
right-hander to take with your left as you're coming off to the right. When you return, you're coming back, you're walking back on the left, if
92.
you see what I mean.
Yeah, but for Graham, he's got a sort of...
He's got a turn.
Yeah, pirouette, hasn't
Yeah.
he? If you're playing in a venue without cameras, you might be allowed to walk either way.
100.
Local events, but because of the position of cameras, usually on TV tournaments, you must walk back the side of the
60.
referee.
Richard Carr, 148. $60.
Well, he leaves 88 when he returns. It might only be a dart at the bullseye, so Usher will come knocking on the door.
140. Richard Carr,
Yeah, indeed
88.
he does. And this would be a break of throw if Howson takes it out, and he
Game shown
does
the
so
fifth
with
leg,
his
Richard
second dart.
Howson.
Takes out 88. Break of throw there for
Sixth leg,
Howson.
Richie to through first.
And
Game on.
moves into this leg with the darts.
Just got a hint of frustration on the face of Graham Usher there, maybe for the first time today. And if I was going to attempt the
60.
amateur mind reading, I would suggest that he's just starting to feel that all his good work is being undone.
Yeah, it's getting towards the end of the day, isn't
60.
it? And maybe a little bit of fatigue creeping in.
And he'll be thinking as well, last match I've averaged 105 and lost 4-3. He's averaging 20 points less in this game.
Yeah.
60.
Like I say, he'll feel gutted that he lost that match with such a high average, you know, and a game that could have gone either way as well. And just a superb match, but yeah, probably feeling a little bit deflated from that.
140.
The bubble could be further burst. Really needs to find a treble or two himself here.
100.
Just the one.
$100.
So leaves himself on 141. Can Graham pressurise?
Richie Carr, 141.
It's a ton himself. The shot's on.
So Usher will need 101
109.
to avoid his darting day
Richie Carr,
going into room
101.
101. And he's not going to get it.
58.
Having won his first three
Richie Carr,
games, Usher
32.
could be about to lose his last two. And this will be a lifeline for Richie Houghton, who's not had the greatest day today.
Getting shown
But
the
he
match,
does
Richie
win
Houghton.
his final encounter, and he wins it by 4 legs to 2. Superb stuff from Richie Houghton. A big hug from Graham Usher, who's actually got exactly the same set of results that he had yesterday, but obviously they're in reverse order. The performance was there for Richie Houghton, wasn't it? 93.58. 4 out of 6 on the doubles, 104, the highlight for him, and a 4-2 win to end the day's play. Well, this is what we've seen towards the end of the day. The last 6 results, Danny Jansen getting a 4-1 win over Dan Hans, and that win for Rohan Brouwers over Richie Houghton was a bit of a shock. Tom Sykes beat Graham Usher in one of the most brilliant battles we've seen. Both players averaged 105 in that encounter. Danny Jansen then got the better of Brouwers in an all-Dutch duel 4-1. Hans took out a 170 in the one leg that he won against Tom Sykes. And we just saw Richie Houghton get the better of Graham Usher. Meaning that, well, it's kind of as you were at the top of the table, because Tom Sykes has a 2-point lead on Graham Usher. Danny Jansen is on 10 points along with Richie Houghton. Dan Hans on 8, Rohan Brouwers on 6. Trina Gulliver is alongside me. Trina, just looking at that table going into tomorrow, how many people have got realistic designs on topping the group and making it through to finals night?
Well, if they have a good day, why, you know, it could all come down to Dan Hans even, you know. But the top 4, that could go really anyway.
Yeah, all capable of beating each other as well, but it's a Vantage, Tom Sykes. Of course, the winner of this group goes through to finals night, and then we will see the runners-up and third place going into Group B. They'll join Carl Coleman, Paul Hogan and Jason Heaver on Thursday and Friday evening. 4th, 5th and 6th will fall into Group C, where Jamie Kelling, Anthony Allen and Carl Wilkinson are all going to be in action. It's been a fabulous week here at the Modus Super Series. We've seen a 9-dart finish yesterday. Fantastic 9-darter from Danny Jansen, and it was threatened again earlier today. Jansen went 7 darts in. Tom Sykes did something similar, but it's been a remarkable start to the campaign. A remarkable few days as well. Conan Whitehead hit an amazing 9-dart leg in a match where he and James Richardson both hit back-to-back 180s. And just looking at that list there, Trina, there's been some memorable moments, hasn't there? Conor Heenan, the king of the 9-darters, he's had 3 of them. Steve West, he hit his 9-darter against Luke Littler. Darryl Pilgrim did it in a spell which also saw him hit the record average here at the Super Series. Fallon Sherrock became the first female player to hit a 9-dart finish on TV. Leonard Gates, the American, Andreas Harris and Jared Cole's got 2. Lee Cox and Tommy Lishman, as we mentioned earlier, did it in back-to-back matches. But we've been pondering over whether we might even get another one this week.
Well, the way things have gone today, you know, and yesterday, it wouldn't surprise me in the least. And, you know, it's just the 180 scoring has just been phenomenal. I think we're at the total of 94 over the past 2 days so far. So the record well in sight. So yeah, it's all to play for.
Yeah, all to play for in this group, all to play for this week. And of course, the prize is getting through to Champions Week, which is taking shape in Modus Super Series 11. Jeff Smith, the Canadian, the winner of Week 1. Now, this is how strong the lineup is. Jeff Smith, a former World Championship finalist. Scott Taylor, a former Super Series champion. John O'Shea, a former World Master. Shane McGurk, a current World Champion. Andy Hamilton, a former World Championship finalist. Adam Gavlas, a former World Youth Championship finalist. And Jimmy Vansky, a runner-up here at the Super Series and a WGF World #1 as well. So whoever gets added to that list this week will certainly be in good company. If we can take a final look at the table just to get your prediction in this group, Trina. You said that you think 4, maybe even 5 players are in contention, but who do you see coming through tomorrow?
Well, if Tom Sykes plays the way he has today, I think he's going to take some beating, So, and Richie Howson has struggled all the way through. He's again another day of having to battle out for points, and but he's managed to. He'll be happy, I think, with where he is. But it's so tight. It's just really tight. It's hard to call.
Well, Trina, we will find out tomorrow. Thanks for your company. There's plenty coming up here on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV. And if you watch International Pairs Week, well, they all teamed up representing their nations, but they're going to be taking on each other. A teammate versus challenge on the bullseye is coming up straight after this live broadcast. A tungsten talk with John Henderson at 5 to 6 this evening. That's UK time. Of course, Henderson had some enormous highlights in his career. But Group A will conclude. It gets back underway at 9:30 on Wednesday morning here in the UK. And finals night, same time as always, 7:30 on Saturday to see who will make it through to Champions Week. But after a wonderful Wednesday, or for a wonderful Wednesday, we'll see you tomorrow.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
amazing.
Finals night, and it's a knockout.
Andreas,